Hey there, history enthusiasts. If you're tuning in for a gentle wander through the ancient past, don't forget to like this video. Subscribe for more tales from forgotten times, and drop a comment below with your thoughts. It's always a delight to hear from fellow dreamers of distant eras. Imagine, if you will, the soft hush of dawn breaking over the rolling hills of Iron Age Britain, where the world spins slowly between the 5th century BCE and the 1st century CE. This is the realm of the Celtic farmer, a figure often shrouded in the mists of myth, yet grounded in the earthy rhythms of daily life. Beyond the grand sagas of warriors and kings, we find a story of quiet endurance, of hands calloused from tilling the soil and hearts steady amid the whispers of tribal unrest. Welcome to Beyond the Myths of a Celtic Farmer, where we'll tread lightly through fields kissed by fog, exploring the unassuming yet resilient world of those who sowed the seeds of civilization in a land of ancient mysteries. Picture a farmer named Bran, not a hero of epics, but a man of the earth, clad in a simple wool tunic that itches faintly against his skin. Woven from the fleeces of sheep grazed on nearby pastures, the fabric is coarse, yet warm, a barrier against the chill that lingers in the air as he steps out into the misty fields. At first light, the ground beneath his feet is damp, cool, and yielding, with the scent of wet soil rising like a gentle perfume after a night's rain. He carries a wooden plow, its iron tip glinting dully from hours of use, a tool born of the Iron Age's innovations that made farming a touch less arduous. Archaeological digs, like those at sites across southern Britain, reveal such implements, unearthed from the layers of time, speaking of a people who transformed the wild landscapes into patchwork quilts of sustenance. Bran's day begins with the sowing of barley, golden grains spilling from a leather pouch at his hip. He scatters them across the furrows, his movements rhythmic and deliberate, like a dance passed down through generations. The fields stretch out towards hillforts such as Maiden Castle, their earthen ramparts rising like slumbering giants in the distance. A silent watch over the valleys. The air is alive with subtle sounds, the rustle of wind through tall grasses, the distant bleat of sheep, and the occasional call of a bird wheeling overhead. It's a scene drawn from Caesar's Gallic Wars, where he noted the Celts' agricultural prowess, observing how their farms fed vast tribes even as conflicts simmered on the horizons. Yet here, in this misty expanse, the focus is on the serenity of the task, the way the soil cradles the seeds, promising life amid uncertainty. As the sun climbs higher, casting a soft glow through the haze, Bran pauses to wipe his brow, the earthy aroma of turned soil mingling with the faint sweetness of wild herbs crushed underfoot. His tunic, now dusted with fine particles of dirt, clings comfortably to his frame, a testament to the practical ingenuity of his people. Archaeological reports from sites like those in the Thames Valley describe similar attire, simple and functional, allowing freedom of movement for the labors of the day. Around him, the landscape hums with life. Bees buzzing lazily among flowering thyme. The trickle of a nearby stream weaving through the fields like a silver thread. It's a world where every sense is engaged, the cool dampness seeping through his sandals, the satisfying crunch of pebbles beneath his steps, and the earthy taste of the air as he breathes deeply, finding a quiet rhythm in the repetition of his work. Life for these farmers was no idyll, of course, but one woven with threads of resilience, tribal conflicts, as Caesar chronicled in his accounts of Gaul and Britain, often cast shadows over the land, with alliances shifting like the winds. Yet Bran and his kin pressed on, their days marked not by the clash of arms, but by the steady cycle of planting and harvest. In the face of such uncertainties, they built communities around their farms, with roundhouses of wattle and daub standing firm against the elements. Imagine the glow of a crackling hearth in the evening, its warm light flickering across wooden walls, the scent of wood smoke curling soothingly into the air. Here, families gathered, sharing simple meals of barley bread and stewed roots, the flavors humble yet comforting. A subtle wit in their storytelling that turned even the grimmest rumors into tales of clever survival. The Celts' farming methods, as evidenced by pollen analysis and seed remains from archaeological sites, were remarkably advanced for their time. They rotated crops to keep the soil fertile, mixing barley with oats and wheat in fields that blanketed the hillsides. Bran might have used a ard plow, its wooden frame creaking softly as it broke the ground, a device that archaeological finds confirm was widespread. The misty mornings would see him working alongside neighbors, their laughter carrying on the breeze like a light melody, a shared understanding that their labor was the backbone of their world. Amid the damp fields, the air carried the faint, tangy scent of fermenting grains, hinting at the brews that would later warm their evenings. It's a sensory tapestry. The cool touch of dew on skin, the rhythmic scrape of tools against the earth, and the satisfying weight of a full basket at day's end. Yet, woven into this daily rhythm is a mystery that lingers like fog in the valleys, the unrecorded harvest rituals of the Celtic farmers. While Caesar and other ancient sources touch on their customs, the specifics of these ceremonies remain elusive, preserved only in the silence of buried artifacts. Perhaps as the barley ripened under the autumn sun, Bran and his community gathered at dusk, the air heavy with the scent of ripening crops and the soft crackle of bonfires. They might have offered simple tokens to unseen forces, a handful of grains cast into the flames, their voices murmuring in rhythms lost to time. Archaeological evidence from Hillfort sites suggests feasting and gatherings, with fragments of pottery and animal bones hinting at communal events. But the true essence slips away, leaving us to wonder at the quiet reverence they held for the earth's bounty. This enigma adds a layer of intrigue, a gentle puzzle that invites contemplation rather than bold speculation, distinct from the more overt mysteries of other tales. As the seasons turned, resilience became their quiet anthem. Winters brought frosty mornings, the ground hardening under a blanket of frost that crunched softly beneath boots, while summers offered the warmth of golden fields swaying in the breeze. Bran's wool tunic, layered against the cold, provided a cocoon of comfort, its fibers retaining the heat of the day. Historical accounts, like those from Caesar, describe how Celtic agriculture sustained populations through turbulent times, with farmers adapting to raids by fortifying their stores in hidden pits, the damp earth concealing their harvests like secrets whispered to the soil. There was a subtle wit in their ways, a knowing smile in the face of adversity, as if they understood that the land cycles would outlast any storm. Evenings in the roundhouse were a haven, the hearth's glow casting long, soothing shadows on the walls. The crackling flames released a woody aroma, mingled with the herbal notes of dried herbs hung from the rafters. Families shared stories, their voices low and rhythmic, touching on the day's labors with a light humor that eased the weight of potential conflicts. Archaeological reports from sites like Glastonbury Lake Village paint pictures of such domestic scenes, with tools and remnants of meals evoking a life of quiet determination. Bran might have sat by the fire, the warmth seeping into his bones, reflecting on the fields that promised another year of sustenance. His resilience, a testament to a people who thrived not through conquest, but through the steadfast turn of the seasons. Through it all, the misty fields near Maiden Castle stood as a backdrop, their contours softened by the haze, a reminder of the hill fort's role as a guardian rather than a battleground. The Celts' ability to maintain their farming traditions, as noted in Caesar's observations of British tribes, spoke of an enduring spirit, one that navigated the undercurrents of tribal dynamics without succumbing to them. The damp soil, forever ready for the next planting, symbolized this persistence, its cool embrace a constant in an ever-changing world. As we draw this gentle introduction to a close, let us linger a moment longer on the scent of the evening air, carrying hints of barley and wood smoke, before we turn our gaze to the next chapter. In the segments ahead, we'll explore further aspects of this ancient tapestry. But for now, rest easy with the image of Bran in his wool tunic, sowing seeds under the watchful hills. Until then, may your dreams be as peaceful as a misty dawn in Iron Age Britain. Word count 1,500 in the misty dawn of ancient Britain, where rolling hills whispered secrets to the wind, and the air carried the faint tang of salt from distant seas. The Iceny lands stirred with a quiet unrest. It was the year 60 CE, a time when Roman legions had woven their roads and forts into the fabric of the island. Yet the native tribes held fast to their ancient ways. Amidst the thatched villages and earthen ramparts, a figure emerged from the shadows of oppression, her presence as enduring as the oaks that dotted the landscape. Boudica, queen of the Iceni, stood as a beacon of defiance, her plaid cloak draping like a soft wave over her shoulders, catching the first light of day. She was no mere shadow in the annals of history, as chronicled by the Roman historian Tacitus in his Annals. Boudica had inherited her husband's kingdom upon his death, a realm promised autonomy under Roman rule, only to see it shattered by greed and betrayal. The Romans, with their iron discipline and unyielding demands, had flogged her and seized her daughter's inheritance, an act that ignited a flame within her spirit. Yet in this telling, we linger not on the raw edges of that injustice, but on the gentle swell of her resolve, like a river gathering strength before it flows to the sea. In the heart of Camulodunum, once a thriving Roman settlement with its orderly streets and stone temples, the air grew thick with anticipation. Boudica moved among her warriors, her voice a soothing murmur that cut through the haze. She wore her plaid cloak, woven from the wool of her homeland's sheep, its patterns evoking the ancient tattoos of her people. The fabric rustled softly as she raised her arms, drawing the eyes of fierce men and women who gathered around flickering campfires. The smoky pyres sent spirals of ash into the evening sky, their scent a mix of burning wood and herbs, wrapping the assembly in a blanket of warmth that belied the storm to come. My kin, she might have said, her words flowing like a lullaby. We are the earth that endures, the wind that whispers truth. Her leadership unfolded with the grace of a seasoned storyteller, guiding her followers not through thunderous commands, but through shared visions of freedom. Tacitus recounts how she rallied not only the Iceni, but also neighboring tribes, their unity a testament to her wisdom. In the dim light of those tribal gatherings, the clanging of swords being drawn from sheaths echoed faintly, a rhythmic chime like distant bells, reminding all of the resolve that bound them. The warriors, adorned in furs and hammered torques, felt the cool metal against their palms, its weight a comforting presence. As Boudica's gaze swept over them, she spoke of Roman excesses, the heavy taxes that burdened the land, the villas that sprouted like weeds on sacred soil, yet her tone remained detached, a gentle narrative of consequences rather than conflict. As the rebellion took shape, Boudica led her people from the village hearths to the edges of Roman strongholds. The path wound through forests where the leaves rustled with the breath of ancestors, and the ground softened underfoot with the dampness of morning dew. In Camulodunum, the settlement's grand theater and temple to the deified Emperor Claudius stood as symbols of foreign might, their marble facades gleaming under the sun. But Boudica approached with a calm strategy, her movements deliberate, like the steady flow of a stream carving through stone. She organized her forces with an innate understanding of the terrain, knowing the hidden paths that the Romans, with their straight roads, often overlooked. The uprising began not with a clash, but with a surge of collective will. As described In Tacitus' measured prose, Boudicca's warriors, inspired by her unyielding presence, swept toward the settlement, their advance marked by the soft thud of marching feet on packed earth, and the occasional whinny of horses in the distance. The smoky remnants of signal fires lingered in the air, their acrid taste on the tongue, a subtle reminder of the old ways burning bright. She rode at the forefront, her plaid cloak billowing like a flag of defiance, her face serene amid the growing tumult. Her leadership shone in the way she united disparate tribes, fostering a sense of shared purpose that transcended individual grievances. In the aftermath of Camulodunum's fall, as Tacitus notes, the consequences rippled like echoes in a valley. The once proud Roman colony lay in disarray, its structures reduced to smoldering husks, the air filled with the lingering scent of charred timber and the faint, earthy aroma of disturbed soil. Yet we dwell not on the destruction, but on the quiet triumph of Boudicca's guidance, how her wisdom turned the tide of fear into a wave of empowerment. She pressed onward, leading her forces to Londinium and Verulamium, where the pattern repeated. A calm assertion of native rights against imperial overreach. The clanging swords, now sheathed in victory, rang out sporadically, their metallic resonance a lullaby of resilience, blending with the rustle of wind through the grasses. Throughout these events, Boudicca's character emerged as a pillar of strength, her decisions rooted in the traditions of her people. Tacitus portrays her as a woman of eloquence, addressing her warriors with speeches that stirred the soul without inciting frenzy. In one such moment, under the canopy of stars that twinkled like distant campfires, she stood before her assembled host, her plaid cloak catching the moonlight. The night air was cool against the skin, carrying whispers of owl calls and the soft crackle of nearby fires. We fight not for blood, she might have intoned, but for the breath of our lands, for the songs of our children. Her words wove a tapestry of hope, drawing on historical precedents of tribal resistance, much as Tacitus documented, where leaders before her had challenged foreign powers with cunning and unity. As the rebellion reached its zenith, Boudicca's influence extended beyond the battlefield, touching the very essence of British identity. She embodied the spirit of the land, her leadership a soothing force amid chaos. The sensory world around her, the misty mornings that veiled the hills, the earthy scent of rain-soaked paths, the gentle hum of voices in council amplified her legacy. Yet even in triumph, there were setbacks, as Roman reinforcements under Governor Paulinus regrouped. The final confrontation, as per Tacitus, unfolded in a manner that shifted the momentum, but we observe it through a lens of gentle reflection, focusing on the enduring impact rather than the strife. In the end, Boudicca's fate remains shrouded in mystery, an enigma that lingers like a half-forgotten dream. Tacitus suggests she perished shortly after the rebellion's suppression, possibly by poison or illness, but her burial site has eluded discovery for centuries. Unlike the marked tombs of Roman emperors, her resting place is lost to time, perhaps hidden beneath the ancient barrows of East Anglia, where the wind sighs through the heather and the soil holds secrets in its depths. One might imagine it in a quiet glade where the air carries the faint perfume of wildflowers and the distant call of birds, a spot untouched by the march of empires. This mystery adds a layer of intrigue to her story, a subtle wit in the way history teases us with unanswered questions, reminding us that some tales are meant to fade into the mist. And so, as the stars wheel above the ancient hills, the legacy of Boudica fades into a peaceful repose, her plaid cloak a whisper in the annals of time. From this chapter of defiance, we turn our gaze forward to the threads that weave the tapestry of history ever onward. Word count 1,500 upon the vast expanse of Salisbury Plain, where the earth stretches like a gentle sigh beneath the ancient sky. The standing stones of Stonehenge rise in silent vigil. It is the third millennium before the Common Era, a time when the world moved to rhythms unseen. And here, amid the whispering grasses, a gathering unfolds, priests clad in simple linen robes, their forms blurred by the soft haze of dawn, move with purposeful grace among the colossal sarsen and bluestones. The air carries the faint scent of damp earth and smoldering herbs as torches flicker in the breeze, casting long, dancing shadows that play across the weathered surfaces like memories of forgotten dreams. Imagine the scene. The wind murmurs over the stones, a lullaby of sorts, brushing against your skin with the cool touch of early morning. Each stone, some as tall as two men stacked, stands in a circle that seems to pulse with an unseen energy, as if the very ground remembers the hands that placed them there. The priests, their faces serene and unhurried, trace patterns in the dew-kissed soil with slender wands of yew, their voices low and rhythmic, blending with the distant call of a lone owl. No rush disturbs this ritual. It is a dance of patience, where time itself slows to a crawl, inviting contemplation rather than haste. In this serene tableau, one might ponder the enigma at the heart of Stonehenge's existence. What purpose drove the people of late Neolithic and early Bronze Age Britain to erect such a monument? Archaeological studies, drawn from meticulous excavations like those at nearby Durrington Walls, suggest that these stones were not haphazardly placed, but aligned with the heavens. The midsummer solstice, for instance, sees the sun rise in perfect alignment with the heel stone, a fact uncovered through surveys by figures such as Alexander Thom in the mid-20th century. Picture it. As the first light crests the horizon, the priests pause, their robes stirring faintly, and the wind carries a whisper of warmth that seems to awaken the stones themselves. This astronomical precision hints at a society attuned to the cycles of the sun and moon, perhaps using Stonehenge as a calendar to mark seasons for rituals or agriculture. though the latter remains a delicate inference, far removed from the daily toil of fields. Yet theories abound, each as intriguing as the play of moonlight on the monoliths. Some scholars, building on the work of the Stonehenge Riverside Project, propose that the site served as a ceremonial center, a place where communities converged for rites of passage or communal gatherings. Envision the priests now, their linen garments softly aglow in the torchlight, as they arrange offerings of polished flint and wildflowers at the base of a trilithon. The air grows heavy with the scent of burning resins, a subtle fragrance that lingers like a half-forgotten story, while the stones absorb the echoes of chants that rise and fall like the tide. This ceremonial view draws from evidence of feasting pits and burials nearby, indicating that Stonehenge was a locus for the living and the dead, where the veil between worlds thinned under the watchful stars. But for all the insights gleaned from digs led by experts like Mike Parker Pearson, much remains shrouded in mystery. The stones themselves, quarried from distant Welsh mountains and hauled across rivers and plains, a feat that must have required immense coordination, offer clues, but no clear answers. Why invest such effort in this precise arrangement? Was it purely for observation, as some astronomical theories suggest, with alignments not just to solstices, but possibly to lunar cycles, as evidenced by the station stones forming a rectangle that might track eclipses? Or was there a deeper, more symbolic purpose, perhaps tied to the spiritual beliefs of the era, where the stones represented ancestors or cosmic forces? Consider the sensory tapestry of such a place. The cool stone under fingertips, smooth in places worn by time and weather, rough where lichens cling like ancient tapestries. The wind, ever present, carries the faint rustle of grasses and the distant bleat of sheep, a reminder that life persists beyond the circle. In moments like these, with the priests moving in quiet procession, one senses a subtle wit in the universe's design, how these massive structures, defying their weight, stand as enduring questions rather than answers, coaxing humanity to gaze upward. Archaeological evidence, from radiocarbon dating of post holes to analysis of the bluestone's origins, paints a picture of a society advanced in its understanding of engineering and astronomy. Yet the unknowns persist, lending an air of gentle intrigue. For instance, while the solstitial alignments are well documented, the exact methods of construction remain a puzzle. Did they use wooden sledges over greased logs, as experiments by modern archaeologists have tested? Or were there rituals woven into the process, with priests invoking unseen forces to guide the stones? The flickering torches cast a warm, amber light that dances across the priests' faces, their expressions placid, as if they too pondered these very questions under the vast, star-strewn sky. Transitioning to the ceremonial aspects, one might imagine the priests gathering at dusk, the air cooling with a whisper of mist that beads on the stones like tears. Studies from sites like Avebury, though distinct, reinforce the idea of megalithic complexes as ritual spaces. But here at Stonehenge, the focus is on the unknown intent behind the gatherings. Were these events tied to healing, as some artifacts suggest, with the waters of nearby rivers believed to hold restorative powers? The wind picks up, carrying the scent of rain on the horizon, a calming prelude to the night, where the stones stand sentinel against the fading light. As the rituals unfold, the priest's movements become a meditation, their linen robes swaying like reeds in a stream. Sensory details abound. The soft crunch of gravel underfoot, the distant hoot of an owl echoing through the plain, the faint warmth of the torches cutting through the chill. This blend of observation and ceremony underscores the enigma astronomical theories provide a framework. But the human element, the why of it all, eludes us. Perhaps it was a way to connect with the divine. A stone symphony composed by ancestors whose voices we can only faintly hear. Delving deeper, historical examples from contemporaneous sites, such as the henges of Orkney, offer parallels without direct overlap. Their similar structures hint at shared cultural threads. Yet Stonehenge's unique scale and precision set it apart. The priests, in their unassuming robes, might have seen it as a bridge between earth and sky, a place where the wind's song harmonized with human inquiry. And in that harmony lies a subtle wit, the idea that even in mystery there is comfort, a lullaby for the curious mind. As the night deepens, the torches dim, and the priests withdraw, leaving the stones to their solitary watch. The enigma of Stonehenge's purpose lingers, a calming puzzle that invites reflection rather than resolution. Yet, as we turn our gaze forward, one wonders what other ancient secrets await. Perhaps in the tales of those who followed in later ages, in the hushed embrace of ancient groves near Anglesey, where the land met the sea in a whisper of waves against rugged shores. A druid priest moved with the quiet rhythm of the world around him. The air carried the faint, earthy scent of damp moss and fallen leaves, mingling with the subtle sweetness of wild herbs crushed underfoot. It was a time long before the clamor of empires, in the Iron Age of Britain, when the seasons turned with deliberate grace, and the priests of the oaks tended to the unseen threads of life, dressed in flowing white robes that gleamed like fresh snow in the dappled sunlight. He leaned on his oak staff, its gnarled wood worn smooth by years of faithful service, a silent companion in rituals that echoed through the trees. The priest's days unfolded like the slow unfurling of a fern in spring, guided by the sun's gentle arc and the moon's silvery pull. He rose with the dawn, when the first birdsong threaded through the canopy, a melody as intricate as the lore he guarded. His robes, woven from the finest wool and dyed with the sap of certain plants, billowed lightly in the morning breeze, their purity a symbol of the unspoiled spirit. The oak staff, cut from a sacred tree and carved with subtle markings that only the initiated could decipher, rested in his hand like an extension of his own being. He walked the winding paths of the grove, where the ground was carpeted in a soft tapestry of leaves that rustled softly with each step, their colors shifting from deep greens to fiery reds as the seasons progressed. In these secluded sanctuaries, far from the open plains and stone circles of other lands, the priest performed his duties with a serenity that seemed to draw from the earth itself, drawing upon the wisdom passed down through generations. As noted by the Roman observer Pliny the Elder in his accounts of the natural world, the Druids revered the mighty oak for its strength and longevity. Pliny spoke of their practices with a mix of curiosity and respect, describing how they gathered mistletoe from the branches using a golden sickle, a ritual that unfolded under the open sky. The priest would select a day when the mistletoe hung ripe and full, its pale berries like tiny pearls against the dark leaves, and approach the tree with measured steps. The air grew thick with the aroma of incense, smoldering herbs and resins that released a woody, resinous fragrance, curling upward in lazy spirals to blend with the crisp scent of the sea breeze wafting from nearby waters. As he prepared for the ceremony, the priest's movements were deliberate and fluid, a dance of reverence that invited the senses to linger. He would light the incense in a shallow clay bowl, its warmth radiating gently as the smoke wove through the air, carrying hints of sage and juniper that evoked memories of distant meadows. The rustling of leaves overhead provided a soothing backdrop, like a lullaby whispered by the wind, while the distant call of seabirds added a rhythmic counterpoint. With his oak staff held high, he chanted soft incantations, words that flowed like a stream over stones, drawing on the unseen forces of nature to bless the grove and its inhabitants. These rituals, as Pliny described, were not mere superstition, but a profound connection to the cycles of growth and renewal, where the priest acted as a bridge between the mortal realm and the eternal. The spiritual role of the Druid priest was one of quiet guardianship, a life devoted to harmony with the natural world. He taught the young ones of the tribe the ways of the seasons, imparting knowledge of herbs that could heal a fever or ease a weary spirit. Their leaves crushed between fingers to release a pungent, invigorating aroma. In the evenings, as the sun dipped low and painted the grove in hues of amber and rose, he would sit beneath the oldest oaks, their bark rough and comforting under his touch, and share stories of the earth's wisdom. Pliny noted the Druids' deep understanding of plants and celestial patterns, observing how they used mistletoe not only in rituals, but for its purported virtues in promoting fertility and warding off misfortune. The priest might prepare a simple infusion, the water steaming slightly as he mixed in the mistletoe's essence, its bitter taste a reminder of nature's dual gifts of bitterness and balm. Yet, Woven through this tranquil existence was the enduring mystery of the unwritten lore, a veil of secrecy that Pliny himself could only glimpse from afar. The Druids, he wrote, committed their most profound teachings to memory, never etching them into stone or bark, ensuring that their knowledge remained a living breath rather than a fixed record in the priest's mind. These secrets lingered like shadows among the trees, elusive and profound, passed from one generation to the next in whispered exchanges under the cover of night. One might imagine him pausing by an ancient stump, its rings telling tales of centuries, and reflecting on the hidden meanings of the stars' alignments, or the whispers of the wind through the branches. This mystery added a layer of gentle intrigue to his days, a subtle wit in the way the world revealed itself piecemeal, like the first light of dawn filtering through the leaves. As the seasons turned, the priest's routines adapted with a calm fluidity, each day a thread in the greater tapestry. In autumn, when the air grew crisp and carried the scent of ripening fruits, he would gather acorns from the forest floor, their smooth shells cool against his palm, and use them in simple offerings to honor the earth's abundance. Pliny recounted how the Druids valued such natural elements for their symbolic power, seeing in the acorn the potential for new life, much as they saw in themselves the role of nurturers and guides. The priest might spend hours in meditation, the soft hum of insects providing a soothing accompaniment, his white robes pooling around him as he sat cross-legged on a bed of ferns that released a fresh, green fragrance with every shift. Through it all, the priest embodied a wit as subtle as the play of light on water, a quiet amusement in the way the natural world outwitted human expectations. He might chuckle inwardly at how a sudden gust of wind scattered his incense smoke, turning a solemn moment into a playful swirl, or how the mistletoe's growth seemed to defy the season's logic. Yet this levity was always tempered by reverence, a detached observation that highlighted the consequences of life's rhythms without delving into harsher realities. In winter, when the grove lay under a blanket of frost that crunched softly beneath his feet, the priest would retreat deeper into the woods, where the air held a clean, chilled bite, and the distant waves murmured like a lullaby. He would tend to the sacred fires, their warm glow casting flickering shadows that danced like spirits on the trees, and reflect on the enduring cycle of renewal. Pliny's writings hinted at the Druids' belief in the soul's immortality, a concept that lent a peaceful depth to their practices, as if every ritual was a gentle nod to the eternal. As the day waned and the stars began to emerge, twinkling like distant fires in the velvet sky, the priest would conclude his meditations, his oak staff a steadfast anchor. The mystery of the unwritten lore lingered, a comforting enigma that invited contemplation rather than resolution, ensuring that the knowledge of the Druids remained an eternal whisper in the wind. And so, as the night deepened and the grove settled into serene stillness, the story of these ancient guardians fades into the quiet flow of time, beckoning toward new tales yet to unfold in the soft haze of a 4th century BCE dawn. A Celtic village nestled among the rolling hills of ancient Britain stirred to life. Its thatched roundhouses huddled like patient sentinels against the mist-draped earth. The air carried the faint, earthy whisper of dew-kissed grass and the distant lowing of cattle, a gentle rhythm that wove through the valley like a half-forgotten lullaby. Here, in this unassuming cluster of homes, the people moved with the quiet certainty of seasons, their days a tapestry of simple labors and shared warmth. Far from the echoes of distant conflicts, no grand battles marred these routines. Instead, the village thrived on the steady pulse of community, where every task bound one soul to another in an invisible thread. As the sun climbed higher, painting the sky in pale strokes of gold, the villagers emerged from their roundhouses, their breath mingling with the cool morning air. Among them were the farmers, draped in checkered cloaks of wool. The patterns, a subtle dance of earthy greens and browns that blended with the landscape like shadows on stone. These cloaks, woven from the fleece of their own sheep, offered a comforting weight against the chill, their fibers soft yet sturdy, carrying the faint scent of lanolin and smoke from last night's hearth fires. One farmer, his face lined with the quiet wisdom of years, stepped out to tend the pigs that rooted contentedly in the muddy paths between the houses. The paths themselves were a soft, squelching tapestry underfoot, rich with the loam of turned earth and the occasional glint of dew on crushed leaves, a reminder of the fertile ground that sustained them all. He moved with deliberate grace, his cloak swaying as he scattered handfuls of acorns and grains for the pigs, their snouts delving into the mud with contented grunts that echoed like distant thunder. The animal's coarse bristles brushed against his legs, warm and alive, while the mud clung to his boots in a cool, embracing grip, pulling him deeper into the rhythm of the land. Nearby, others joined in, their voices a low murmur as they reinforced the wattle walls of the enclosures. Twigs and branches, freshly cut from the surrounding woods, were interlaced with deft hands, the flexible withes bending and creaking under pressure like whispers in the wind. The walls rose slowly, a barrier of woven hazel and willow, their surfaces plastered with daub, a mixture of clay and straw that smelled of damp earth and fresh growth. As they worked, the air filled with the subtle crackle of splitting wood and the earthy aroma of the mud, a sensory balm that soothed the soul even as hands grew calloused from the labor. Throughout the morning, the village hummed with a shared purpose, each routine a thread in the greater weave of community life. Women and men alike gathered around the central hearths, where fires crackled gently, their flames licking at pots of simmering stew. The stew bubbled with a soothing sizzle, releasing tendrils of steam laced with the hearty scents of wild herbs root vegetables, and the occasional morsel of venison, all harvested from the nearby forests and fields. One could almost taste the warmth on the air, the flavors mingling earthy turnips softened by the fire's embrace, carrots adding a subtle sweetness, and thyme lending a fragrant whisper that danced on the breeze. As the stew cooked, children played at the edges, their laughter a light, tinkling melody that wove through the air, their small hands shaping clay figurines from the riverbank mud, cool and pliable between their fingers. By midday, the routines shifted, drawing the villagers into the broader rhythms of daily sustenance. In the shade of ancient oaks, whose leaves rustled like soft sighs, groups gathered to mend tools or spin wool into yarn. The spinning wheels turned with a steady, hypnotic whir, the wool slipping through fingers that knew the texture intimately soft, slightly oily, and warm from the sun. One elder, her eyes twinkling with a subtle wit, often shared tales as she worked, her voice a gentle cadence that teased the edges of humor without disrupting the calm. Ah, these threads, she might say with a faint smile, they twist and turn like the paths of our ancestors, always leading somewhere, even if we can't see the end. Her words carried a quiet charm, reminding all that life's labors, though repetitive, held their own quiet magic. As the afternoon sun bathed the village in a golden glow, the focus turned to the fields beyond, where crops of barley and wheat swayed in the breeze, their stalks whispering secrets to the wind. Here, the farmers in their checkered cloaks paused from tending pigs to inspect the growing grains, their hands brushing against the rough, sun-warmed ears with a tenderness that spoke of deep connection. The soil beneath their feet was a living thing, damp and yielding. It sent a rich blend of minerals and decay that grounded them in the moment. Yet, woven into these routines was a subtle mystery, one that lingered like mist in the valleys, the enigma of lost village names. Archaeological whispers from sites like the hill forts of Maiden Castle revealed fragments of this world, where settlements rose and fell without leaving written records. No one knew the true name of this place, or others like it. They existed only in the memories of stone circles and buried pottery. Their identities faded like echoes in the fog. It was a gentle puzzle, pondered over evening fires, where one might muse. Perhaps the names were carried away on the wind, secrets kept by the oaks and the streams, waiting for the right ears to hear. In the quieter hours, as shadows lengthened and the air cooled with the promise of dusk, the community converged once more. Families retreated to their roundhouses, where the hearths glowed with a comforting flicker, casting warm light on walls adorned with simple carvings. The stew from earlier was ladled into wooden bowls, its steam rising to fill the space with savory notes, the slight char of the pot mingling with the fresh tang of herbs. A feast for the senses that brought a sense of wholeness. Conversations flowed like the nearby river, smooth and unhurried, touching on the day's small triumphs. A well-woven wall that might withstand the winter rains, or a pig that had grown plump under careful tending. There was a subtle wit in these exchanges, a light-hearted tease about who had the steadiest hand with the wattle, or the most persuasive way with the animals, all delivered in tones as soft as the evening breeze. Even in moments of rest, the mystery of the lost names wove through their thoughts, a soothing enigma rather than a source of unrest, based on the artifacts unearthed from sites across Britain potsherds with faint impressions, tools etched with unknown symbols. The villagers might have wondered about their forebears, whose stories dissolved into the landscape. It was a detached curiosity, one that added a layer of depth to their routines without overshadowing the present. As night fell, the sounds of the village softened, the gentle rustle of cloaks being hung, the faint crackle of embers dying down, and the distant hoot of an owl calling through the trees. The air grew cool and fragrant with the night-blooming flowers, their petals releasing a subtle, sweet perfume that lingered like a whispered goodnight. Through it all, the community thrived on these rhythms, a lullaby of daily life that bound them together. The checkered cloaks, now draped over shoulders as the day ended, carried the day's labors in their fibers, the mud's earthy residue, the warmth of shared fires, and served as a quiet reminder of continuity in this 4th century world, as revealed by the silent testimony of archaeological finds like those at Glastonbury Lake Village, where remnants of wattle structures and animal bones paint a picture of orderly existence. The village pulsed with a peaceful resilience. No grand upheavals disturbed this harmony. Instead, life unfolded in sensory layers, from the squish of mud underfoot to the comforting sizzle of stew, each detail a note in a larger, calming symphony. As the stars emerged, twinkling like distant memories, the villagers settled into their beds of heather and wool, the mystery of lost names fading into dreams. Perhaps, in the quiet of night, those names whispered back, carried on the wind through the oaks, a subtle transition to tales yet untold, where other rhythms of ancient Britain awaited their turn. In the fading light of a 3rd century BCE evening, the hill forts of ancient Britain stood as silent sentinels, their earthen ramparts cradling pockets of human endeavor. Nestled at their base, smoky forges glowed like embers in a vast, whispering night, where Celtic artisans bent over their work with the steady rhythm of seasons turning. These men and women, clad in worn leather aprons that whispered against their skin, hammered life into metal, shaping torques and shields that would echo through time. The air carried the warm scent of smoldering oak and heated bronze, a gentle haze that softened the world around them, inviting a quiet reflection on the hands that toiled unseen. The artisans moved with a deliberate grace, their forms illuminated by the forge's crimson heart. One craftsman, his face etched with lines of quiet determination, selected a lump of bronze from a pile gathered from distant mines, its surface cool and unyielding under his calloused fingers, he placed it upon the anvil, a sturdy stone worn smooth by generations, and with a hammer forged from the same resilient metal, he struck the first blow. The clang echoed softly through the valley, not a harsh disruption, but a lullaby of creation. Each strike a note in a melody that blended with the rustle of wind through the nearby oaks. The bronze yielded gradually, warming under the repeated taps, its edges glowing with a sheen that caught the firelight like captured sunlight. Around him, others worked in companionable silence, their aprons thick, oiled hides that smelled of earth, and sweat protecting them from the sparks that danced like fireflies in the dim air. One woman focused on a torque, that iconic neck ring of twisted gold and bronze, her tools precise as she etched intricate patterns inspired by the swirling motifs of nature. Vines and knots emerged from the metal, drawing from designs seen on artifacts now housed in distant museums, like the elaborate torques unearthed from Snedisham's sacred hoards. The metal surface took on a polished luster, reflecting the forge's glow in a way that seemed almost alive, a subtle reminder of the artisan's skill in mimicking the world's hidden harmonies. The process was one of patient transformation, each step a dance with fire and form. First, the metal was heated in the crucible, where it melted into a liquid gold, its surface shimmering like a tranquil pond under moonlight. The artisan poured it carefully into molds shaped from clay dug from the riverbanks, the material cool and pliable in their hands before it hardened. As the piece cooled, they returned to the anvil, hammers rising and falling in a rhythm that felt as natural as the heartbeat of the earth itself. The air grew thick with the scent of charring wood and molten ore, a comforting aroma that wrapped around the workers like a well-worn cloak, easing the tedium of their labor. In these forges, shields took shape with equal care, their surfaces destined to bear the brunt of unseen battles. An artisan might select a flat disc of bronze, hammering it outward from the center to form a rounded boss, the metal thinning and strengthening under his touch. He adorned it with repoussé work, pressing designs from behind to create raised patterns of animals and spirals, drawing from the Latin style preserved in museum collections. The shield's edge curled slightly, reinforced for grip, and as he polished it, the bronze caught the light in a soft, iridescent sheen, like the scales of a fish gliding through clear waters. Each detail spoke of a deeper knowledge, passed down through whispers and demonstrations. For these craftspeople learned not from scrolls, but from the very tools they wielded. The sensory world of the forge was a tapestry of subtle wonders. The heat radiated gently, a warm embrace that chased away the evening chill, while the faint hiss of quenching water added a soothing counterpoint to the hammer's song. Embers glowed in the fire pit, their oranges and reds flickering like distant stars, and the leather aprons creaked softly with every movement, their texture rough yet familiar against the skin. One could almost taste the metallic tang in the air, mingled with the earthy bitterness of the forge's fuel. A reminder that every creation was born from the land's own bounty. Subtle wit lingered in the artisan's glances, as if they shared a quiet joke with the metal itself. How a simple lump could become a symbol of status, its twists and turns defying the straightforward path of daily life. Yet, amid this harmonious toil, a mystery wove through the smoke, as elusive as the shadows playing on the hill fort walls. The workshops themselves, these humble birthplaces of beauty, have left no clear trace in the archaeological record, unlike the grand hill forts or the artifacts they produced, which now rest in glass cases from the British Museum to quieter collections. The exact sites of these forges remain untraced, their locations lost to time's gentle erosion. Perhaps the artisans designed it so, choosing secluded spots near, but not within the hill forts, where the smoke could blend into the mist and prying eyes could be easily evaded. One might imagine them dismantling their setups at a moment's notice, the anvils buried or carried away, leaving only faint scorch marks on the soil as clues. This enigma adds a layer of intrigue, a whispered puzzle that invites contemplation. Why hide such skillful hands when their creations spoke so boldly of human ingenuity? Historical echoes lend depth to this mystery. Artifacts like the Battersea Shield, with its intricate enamel and bronze work, reveal a mastery that must have required dedicated spaces. Yet, no such workshops have been definitively uncovered. Scholars ponder whether the mobility of Celtic society played a role, with forges erected temporarily to avoid conflict or taxation. Their impermanence, a clever adaptation to a world of shifting alliances. In the calm of the evening, as the artisans paused to wipe sweat from their brows, one could sense the weight of this secrecy, a subtle wit in their evasion, as if the metal itself conspired to keep its origins veiled. As the night deepened, the forges slowed, the hammers resting like tired birds. The artisans stepped back to admire their work, the torques gleaming with a soft allure, and the shields standing ready, their surfaces cool now under the stars. The air grew still, carrying only the faint crackle of dying embers and the distant call of an owl, a natural serenade that lulled the scene into repose. In these moments, the mystery of the untraced sites seemed almost a guardian, preserving the sanctity of creation for those who sought it with patient hearts. Through it all, the artisan's world remained a haven of sensory peace. Far from the fields or the sacred groves, the leather aprons hung limply, their edges frayed from faithful service, and the bronze continued to whisper its stories in the firelight. One final strike, a gentle tap to perfect a curve, and the cycle neared completion, each piece a testament to hands that shaped not just metal, but the very essence of their time. And as the last glow faded, the hill forts watched over the valley, hinting at stories yet to unfold, where other threads of ancient Britain awaited their turn in the quiet tapestry of history, in the soft hush of a 2nd century BCE British evening. As the sun dipped behind rolling hills cloaked in mist, the roundhouse stood like a great earthen womb, its thatched roof curving protectively over the gathering within. Smoke curled lazily from the central hearth, carrying whispers of warmth and invitation to the chieftain's feast, where the air thickened with the promise of shared stories and unbreakable ties. Here, in these ancient villages scattered across the misty isles, the Celts came together not for war or want, but for the quiet joy of communion, their lives woven like the threads of their woolen cloaks into a tapestry of enduring fellowship. The chieftain, a figure of quiet authority with a beard like woven ivy and eyes that held the depth of ancient oaks, welcomed his kin with a nod and a gesture toward the fire. He sat upon a low stool carved from yew, his tunic of coarse wool dyed in earthy hues, the fabric soft from years of wear, and the gentle rub of hands. Around him, warriors arrived, their forms sturdy and unassuming, clad in similar tunics that draped over broad shoulders, the wool scratchy yet comforting against skin, cooled by the evening breeze. They moved with the ease of those who knew the land's rhythms, their boots of leather and fur leaving faint traces on the packed earth floor. No swords were drawn here. Instead, they carried simple vessels of clay, ready to be filled with mead, that golden elixir brewed from honey and wild herbs, its aroma sweet and lingering like a forgotten dream. As the flames danced in the hearth, crackling softly like distant whispers from the stars, the warriors settled in a circle, their faces illuminated by the warm glow that painted shadows on the curved walls. The air was alive with sensory delights, the honeyed scent of mead mingling with the earthy smoke of burning peat, a combination that wrapped around the senses like a gentle embrace. One warrior, his tunic frayed at the edges from long journeys through dew-kissed forests, lifted a cup and passed it along, his voice a low murmur as he spoke of the day's simple labors. "Share this brew," he said with a subtle wink, his words carrying a hint of wit, as if the mead itself held secrets of the soil it sprang from. They drank deeply, the liquid warm and slightly tart on the tongue, its sweetness evoking the wildflowers that dotted the hillsides, while the faint bitterness reminded them of the rains that nourished their world. The feast unfolded in layers of tranquility, each moment building upon the last like the rings of a growing tree. Platters of roasted venison and barley bread were passed around, the meat tender and infused with the smoky essence of the fire, its juices glistening like morning dew. The warriors tore into it with reverence, not greed, their fingers leaving faint, oily traces on their tunics, a reminder of the hunt's quiet triumph. Beside them, elders and families joined, their wool garments a patchwork of colors from the dyes of woad and madder, creating a mosaic of community in the flickering light. Conversations flowed like the mead, soft and unhurried, touching on the cycles of the seasons and the subtle wisdom of the winds. One man, his eyes crinkled with the lines of many winters, shared a tale of a great stag encountered in the fog-shrouded woods, his voice rising and falling in a rhythm that mimicked the hearth's gentle pops, drawing nods and soft laughs from his listeners. Yet amid this harmony, there lingered a mystery, as elusive as the mist that veiled the moors at dawn. The Celts, as Strabo noted in his accounts of these distant isles, were a people whose songs wove through their gatherings like invisible threads, binding hearts without the need for words etched in stone or parchment. These feast songs, unrecorded, and thus forever lost to the winds, carried melodies that echoed the cries of seabirds and the rustle of leaves, sung in tongues that blended ancient Gaelic roots with the raw poetry of the land. Strabo, in his geography, spoke of the Britons' customs with a detached curiosity, describing how their feasts fostered unity through music that stirred the soul, yet left no trace for future eyes. What tunes did they hum, one might wonder, as the mead warmed their veins and the firelight played across their faces? Were they lullabies of the earth, praising the barley fields that swayed under the moon, or the rivers that whispered secrets to the stones? This enigma, subtle and serene, added a layer of gentle intrigue to the evening, a reminder that some bonds are forged in sounds that fade with the night, leaving only the echo in memory's quiet chamber. The warriors, their tunics now rumpled from the ease of shared space, leaned closer to the fire, the heat radiating like a mother's touch, soothing tired muscles and weary spirits. The air grew heavier, with the scent of herbs scattered on the floor, thyme and lavender, their fragrances rising with each step, creating an atmosphere as calming as a summer breeze through the heather. One woman, her woolen shawl draped like a cloud, began a soft chant, her voice a thread of melody that wove through the room, evoking the mystery of those unrecorded songs. Though Strabo's writings hinted at such practices, he could only observe from afar, noting the Celts' deep reverence for their oral traditions, which preserved the essence of their communal life without the permanence of script. In this, there was a subtle wit to the night, for while the feasts strengthened invisible ties, the songs slipped away like dreams at waking, a playful defiance against the march of time. As the hours waned, the feast settled into a rhythm of contentment, the crackling fire providing a steady backdrop to the murmurs of kinship. The mead's warmth spread through limbs, and the warriors reclined against the roundhouse walls, their wool tunics soft against the cool earth, the fabric absorbing the scents of smoke and honey like a living memory. Strabo's descriptions of British hospitality, drawn from travelers' tales, painted these gatherings as moments of profound connection, where feuds were set aside for the greater weave of community. Here, no shadows of conflict intruded. Instead, the focus remained on the gentle pulse of togetherness, the way hands clasped in simple gestures or eyes met in silent understanding. The mystery of the songs persisted, a soft enigma that invited reflection, much like the way the stars above seemed to twinkle with unspoken stories, their light filtering through the thatch to dance upon the feasters' faces. In the quiet interludes, when the fire dimmed to embers and the mead cups were set aside, the sensory world deepened. The earthy taste of the last crumbs of bread lingered on lips, while the faint rustle of wool against skin created a soothing symphony. Like the wind through ancient groves, Strabo might have marveled at such details had he witnessed them, for his geography captured the essence of Celtic life through the lens of distant observation, noting how these people found strength in their shared rituals. The unrecorded songs, perhaps, were the heart of it all, a mystery that teased the imagination, suggesting melodies born from the hum of bees in wildflower meadows, or the call of owls in the night, forever preserved in the collective spirit rather than ink. As the gathering drew to a close, the chieftain rose with a final nod, his tunic whispering against the air, signaling the end of one bond and the promise of many more. The warriors departed into the cool embrace of the night, their steps light and unified, carrying the essence of the feast within them. Yet, as the roundhouse fell silent, one could almost hear the faint echo of those elusive songs, a gentle transition to whatever morrow might bring, where the cycles of life continued their eternal dance. In the soft haze of a 3rd century BCE dawn, where the river Thames whispered secrets through mist-laden banks, clusters of roundhouses stood like ancient guardians amid the whispering reeds, their thatched roofs curved gently against the sky, smoke curling upward from central hearths that glowed with the promise of warmth and sustenance. Here, in this verdant corner of Britain, Celtic women moved with a quiet rhythm, their lives woven into the fabric of the land, as surely as the threads they spun. One such woman, whom we might call Alara, though history leaves her nameless, knelt by her loom in the dim light of her roundhouse. The air carried the earthy scent of damp soil and river mud, mingled with the faint herbal aroma of meadow sweet crushed underfoot. Her fingers, calloused yet graceful, danced across the warp threads, pulling and tightening with each deliberate motion. The loom clicked softly, a lullaby of wood on wood that echoed the river's gentle murmurs outside. It was a sound that spoke of continuity, of generations past who had sat in similar postures, creating plaids that draped their world in colors drawn from the earth-deep greens like the forest canopy, muted blues from the sky's reflection on water, and earthy browns that mimicked the fertile soil. Alara's dress, a simple yet intricate plaid, fell in folds around her, fastened at the shoulder with a bronze pin that glinted dully in the firelight. The fabric, coarse against her skin, carried the weight of hours spent at this very task, its patterns echoing the tartan designs passed down through oral traditions. She adjusted the pin, feeling its cool metal press against her collarbone, a small anchor in the flow of her day around her. Other women tended their own looms or stirred the hearth, their movements synchronized like the ebb and flow of the river beyond. The fire crackled low, its flames licking at peat and wood, releasing a soothing warmth that wrapped the space in a cocoon of comfort. Embers popped occasionally, a subtle punctuation to the rhythm of their work, while the scent of baking bread and simmering stews filled the air, evoking a sense of enduring stability. In these roundhouses, the women's roles extended beyond the loom and the fire. They were the keepers of the hearth, guardians of the flame that symbolized life's persistence through the long winters and uncertain seasons. Tending the fire was no mere chore. It required a keen eye and steady hand, ensuring the coals never fully died. For a cold hearth meant vulnerability to the elements. Alara paused in her weaving to add a log, watching as sparks danced upward like fleeting stars. The heat radiated outward, chasing away the chill that crept in from the river's drafts, and she inhaled deeply, the smoky tang blending with the fresh, wet fragrance of the nearby willows. Yet, amid these daily rhythms, there lingered a mystery that softened the edges of their existence, the enigma of unnamed female leaders who shaped their communities from the shadows. Whispers in archaeological tales, unearthed from sites like the hill forts of southern Britain, suggest these women held influence not through overt power, but through wisdom and unseen guidance. Perhaps it was Alara's grandmother, or a figure like her, who convened gatherings in the twilight, their words carrying the weight of counsel that directed village decisions. No grand monuments marked their deeds, as reports from excavations at places like the Iron Age settlement of Danebury reveal, where artifacts hint at female authority without explicit names. A bronze mirror, delicately crafted and buried with a woman of status, speaks of reflection and insight, while spindle whorls and weaving combs found in domestic contexts underscore their integral roles. As the sun climbed higher, casting a golden filter over the river's surface, Alara stepped outside her roundhouse, the plaid of her dress swaying with each step. The ground beneath her feet was soft, a tapestry of moss and fallen leaves that cushioned her path toward the water's edge. Here, the river murmured its endless song, a low, rhythmic hum that blended with the distant calls of waterfowl. She knelt to gather water in a clay vessel, the cool liquid slipping over her hands like liquid silk, its touch a reminder of the lifeblood that sustained their world. In these moments, one could imagine the subtle wit of these women, a quiet humor in their resilience, how they wove not just cloth, but stories into the very fibers, chuckling inwardly at the follies of men who underestimated their quiet strength. Their days unfolded with a calming predictability, yet beneath it lay layers of complexity drawn from historical fragments. Archaeological surveys, such as those from the Latin culture influences in Britain, depict women engaging in trade and craftsmanship that that extended their influence. Alara might have bartered woven goods at seasonal meets, her bronze pins exchanged for dyes or tools, all while maintaining the hearth's sacred fire. The pins themselves, often found in grave sites like those at Wetwing Slack, were more than fasteners. They were symbols of identity, etched with patterns that told tales of ancestry and belonging. As she returned to her loom, the clicks resumed, each one a note in a symphony of sensory details, the rough texture of wool against her palms, the faint metallic taste of the air after rain, the visual play of light filtering through the roundhouse's smoke hole. Tending the hearth brought its own rituals, a dance of flame and fuel that required foresight and care. Alara stoked the fire with dried twigs gathered from the riverbank, their crisp snap under her fingers, a counterpoint to the fire's steady roar. The warmth spread, enveloping her in a gentle embrace, while the aroma of roasted grains and herbs evoked meals shared in harmony. In these acts, the mystery deepened. Who were the women whose leadership left no trace in stone? Only in the enduring customs they preserved. Reports from sites like the Hillfort of Maiden Castle offer glimpses burials with fine jewelry and tools suggesting high status, yet without the fanfare of named heroes. Perhaps these leaders advised on matters of harvest or alliance, their influence a subtle current, like the river that shaped the land without announcement. As afternoon light softened into dusk, the women's work continued, their plaid dresses catching the fading rays like embers in the gloom. Alara's hands moved with practiced ease, the loom's clicks now accompanied by the rustle of wind through the thatch. The river's murmurs grew more insistent, a soothing backdrop to their labors, while the hearth's glow cast long shadows that danced on the walls. In this interplay of light and sound, one sensed the wit of their world, a gentle irony in how these unnamed figures wove strength into the mundane, their legacies etched in the very air they breathed. Evening brought a pause, a moment to reflect on the day's weave. Alara sat by the fire, its warmth seeping into her bones, and gazed toward the river. The mystery of those female leaders lingered, a question mark in the annals of time, drawn from artifacts that speak of equality and influence. Yet, as the stars emerged, twinkling like distant bronze pins, the narrative of their lives flowed onward, a calming thread in the tapestry of history. And so, as the hearth's embers dimmed, the stories of these Celtic women eased into the night, paving the way for tales yet to unfold. In the hushed depths of ancient Britain's emerald forests, where ancient oaks whispered secrets to the wind, a soft twilight gathered like a gentle veil over the clearing. The year was deep in the 4th century BCE, a time when the world moved to the rhythm of seasons and stars, and hidden among the ferns and wildflowers, a group of elders tended to the unseen threads of life. Clad in hooded cloaks of woven wool, dyed in earthy hues from crushed roots and berries, they moved with the quiet grace of shadows, their faces etched by years of watching the cycles of growth and decay. Here, far from the clamor of settlements, they practiced the art of healing, drawing upon the earth's bounty with rituals as old as the mist-shrouded hills. The elders gathered around a low fire, its flames flickering with a warm, amber glow that danced upon the damp leaves carpeting the ground. The air carried the faint, earthy scent of damp soil and crushed herbs, mingling with the subtle steam rising from their brews. One elder, her cloak pulled close against the evening chill, knelt by a stone basin, her gnarled hands carefully selecting fresh nettle leaves from a bundle gathered at dawn. Nettle, that resilient plant, with its sting as a guardian, was a cornerstone of their craft, its properties celebrated in whispers passed down through generations. As she tore the leaves with deliberate care, the crackling of twigs underfoot from a nearby wanderer added a rhythmic counterpoint, like a soft lull to the forest symphony. Drawing from accounts preserved in the scrolls of later scholars like Pliny, who noted the Celts' profound knowledge of botanicals, the elders brewed their tonics with a reverence that spoke of deeper mysteries. Pliny himself had written of how certain tribes in northern lands used plants to mend the body, observing that nettle, when steeped in hot water, could soothe aches and purify the blood. Much as these healers did, the elder poured spring water into the basin, watching as it heated over the fire, the steam curling upward in delicate tendrils that carried the pungent, green aroma of the nettle. It was a scent that evoked the wild meadows, sharp yet comforting, like the first breath of morning after a rainstorm. As the mixture simmered, she murmured ancient incantations, words that flowed like a stream over stones, invoking the spirits of the earth to lend their essence to the brew. Around her, others prepared complementary herbs, their movements synchronized in a dance of quiet purpose. One elder ground elderflower petals with a smooth stone, releasing a sweet, floral fragrance that softened the air, while another added yarrow leaves, known from Pliny's observations to staunch wounds and ease fevers. The fire crackled softly, its sparks rising like fireflies into the dusk, and the warmth spread through the clearing, wrapping everything in a cocoon of tranquility. These rituals were not mere routines. They were threads woven into the fabric of existence, a way to harmonize the human spirit with the natural world. The elders believed that each herb held memories of the earth, secrets unlocked through patient observation and ritualistic preparation. As the nettle tonic reached its perfect simmer, the elder ladled it into clay cups, the liquid steaming gently, its surface rippling like a forest pond disturbed by a falling leaf. She offered it to a young one who had wandered into the clearing, perhaps drawn by the faint herbal perfume or the soft glow of the fire. The youth, weary from a day's toil, sipped slowly, the warm liquid sliding down their throat with a soothing bitterness, followed by a tingling warmth that spread through their limbs. In that moment, the forest seemed to hold its breath. The distant hoot of an owl blending with the rustle of leaves, creating a melody that lulled the senses. Pliny had remarked on such practices, noting how the Celts employed herbs not just for healing, but as a bridge to unseen forces. Though he could only speculate from afar, yet amid this serene ritual, a subtle mystery lingered, one that tinted the air with a wistful undertone. The elders spoke in hushed tones of knowledge that had slipped away like mist at dawn. Herbal secrets once shared freely, but now guarded by time's relentless flow. Legends whispered of ancient texts and oral traditions lost to conquests and changing winds. Remedies that could mend not just the body, but the soul itself. Pliny, in his natural history, had lamented the fragmentation of such wisdom, observing how many plant uses were known only to specific peoples before fading into obscurity. In the clearing, as the fire's light played across the elders' faces, they pondered this loss, their voices carrying a gentle wit, like a knowing smile in the dark. Ah, the nettle remembers what we forget, one might say, with a soft chuckle, acknowledging the irony of nature's abundance, outlasting human memory. The rituals extended beyond the brew, encompassing the full sensory tapestry of the forest. The elders would anoint the afflicted with salves made from crushed comfrey roots, their hands moving in slow, circular motions that evoked the sun's path across the sky. The comfrey's earthy, musky scent mingled with the cool touch of the night air, while the soft crunch of leaves underfoot provided a grounding rhythm. Pliny had documented comfrey's virtues for knitting bones. Drawing from Celtic practices he learned through travelers' tales, and the elders applied it with the same care, their hooded figures blending into the shadows like ancient guardians. As the salve warmed against skin, it brought a tingling sensation, not unlike the gentle buzz of bees in a summer meadow, a reminder of the earth's quiet, healing power. In these gatherings, the mystery of lost knowledge wove through every action, a subtle thread that added depth to the calm. The elders recalled fragments of lore, stories of herbs that could ward off unseen ailments or reveal hidden truths. But these were mere echoes of a richer past. Pliny's writings hinted at such enigmas, noting how certain plants held properties beyond ordinary understanding. Yet, he admitted that much had been lost to the ages. With a detached wit, the healers might jest lightly. The forest keeps its best secrets for itself, their words floating on the steam like forgotten dreams, focusing not on the grief of loss, but on the enduring legacy it left behind. As night deepened, the clearing transformed into a sanctuary of peace. The fire's embers glowing like distant stars, the elders shared tales of other herbs, like the humble dandelion, whose roots, when boiled, offered a bitter tonic for digestion. As Pliny had observed in his studies of European flora, the dandelion's milky sap, with its slightly acrid tang, was applied to soothe irritations, its scent evoking the wild fields where it thrived. Each preparation was a ritual of connection. The crackle of twigs and the whisper of wind providing a natural chorus that lulled all who witnessed it. Through these practices, the healers maintained a balance, their methods rooted in observation and respect, far removed from the structured ways of later times. Pliny's accounts provided a bridge to understanding, detailing how such natural remedies were integral to Celtic life. Yet he marveled at their elusiveness. The mystery persisted, a gentle enigma that invited contemplation rather than despair, reminding all that some knowledge, like the forest itself, remained wild and untamed. As the night waned and the first hints of dawn touched the sky, the elders prepared to disperse, their work a quiet testament to the enduring spirit of healing. The nettle tonic, now cooled and potent, was bottled for those in need, its steam a fading memory in the air. In this moment, as the forest stirred awake with the song of birds, one could almost feel the whisper of continuity, a subtle transition to tales yet untold, where the threads of ancient wisdom might one day weave back into the light. In the hushed valleys of 3rd century BCE Britain, where mist clung to the earth like a gentle veil, the ancient Celts honored their fallen warriors in ways that whispered of eternal rest. The air carried the faint, earthy scent of damp soil and wild herbs, as if the land itself sighed in quiet reverence. Here, beneath the soft gray sky, barrows rose like slumbering hills, their grassy mounds cradling the dead in an embrace that felt almost maternal. No harsh winds disturbed the peace. Instead, a subtle chill settled over the scene, inviting contemplation rather than fear. Warriors, those fierce guardians of clan and kin, were laid to rest with a care that spoke of deep respect. In those days, when the world turned slowly under the weight of seasons, a warrior's end was marked not by clamor, but by deliberate ritual. Families and druids gathered at dawn, their movements fluid and unhurried, as they prepared the body on a bed of woven rushes. The warrior, perhaps a chieftain or a seasoned fighter, lay still, his features softened by the passage from life to legend. Archaeological digs in sites like the Yorkshire Barrows have revealed traces of this process, where bones and artifacts tell tales of honor preserved in earth. A linen shroud, simple yet profound, enveloped the warrior like a second skin, woven from flax grown in the fertile lowlands. The fabric was soft and breathable, its threads dyed a pale hue with natural pigments from crushed berries or woad. As the shroud was draped, the air filled with the subtle fragrance of the fields, a reminder of the cycle that bound the living to the dead. One might imagine the gentle hands of kin smoothing the cloth, their fingers tracing the contours of armor that had once deflected blows. These shrouds, uncovered in excavations at places such as the East Yorkshire Barrows, often showed signs of careful craftsmanship, with faint patterns that hinted at personal stories. The process was methodical, almost meditative, as if each fold whispered a farewell. Around the shrouded form, offerings of bronze glimmered faintly in the dim light. Swords, torques, and brooches, forged in the flickering glow of ancient hearths, were placed with intention. A bronze spearhead, its edge dulled by ritual filing to render it harmless in the afterlife, rested near the warrior's hand, a symbol of battles won and stories untold. Digs at sites like the Araz culture burials have unearthed such items, their patina speaking of time's gentle erosion in the misty valleys. These offerings were arranged on a layer of pebbles and charcoal, the bronze catching the faintest rays of sunlight filtering through the fog. The metal held a cool weight, its surface etched with intricate designs, perhaps a swirling vine or a stylized animal that evoked the warrior's prowess without the need for words. As the barrow was constructed, the air grew heavier with the scent of damp earth, freshly turned and rich with the promise of renewal. Workers, their faces serene, piled stones and soil into a mound, creating a sanctuary that blended seamlessly with the landscape. Soft chants rose from the gathered few, low and rhythmic, like the murmur of a stream over stones. May the mists guide you, they might have hummed, their voices weaving through the valley in a lull that soothed the soul. These chants, inferred from later Celtic traditions and corroborated by archaeological evidence of ritual deposits, carried a melody as old as the hills, blending with the rustle of leaves and the distant call of a nightjar. Yet amid this tranquility, a mystery lingered like the fog itself, the enigma of unmarked barrows in the quiet expanse of the valleys. Some mounds stood without any outward sign, their locations known only to those who buried the dead. Why were they left anonymous? These silent sentinels of forgotten heroes. Excavations, such as those at the Snettisham hoard sites, suggest that not all barrows bore markers. Perhaps it was a deliberate choice to protect the sacred from prying eyes, or to let the earth reclaim its secrets. One could ponder, with a touch of wry amusement, how these unmarked graves played a clever game with time, hiding treasures that only the patient spade of an archaeologist might one day reveal. Were they meant to confound invaders, or simply to honor the warrior's wish for undisturbed slumber? The mystery added a layer of intrigue, a subtle puzzle wrapped in the calm of the landscape. The burial complete, the valley returned to its serene rhythm. The damp earth settled around the barrow, its cool moisture seeping into the shroud and offerings, preserving them for ages unseen. Sensory details emerged in the aftermath, the faint, metallic tang of bronze mingling with the earthy aroma, the soft give of grass underfoot, and the whisper of wind that carried echoes of the chants. In this detached observance, one notes the consequences of such customs, not the violence of death, but the peace it bestowed, a bridge between worlds that endured through the ages. Historical accounts, drawn from the careful analysis of Iron Age sites, paint a picture of a society that valued continuity over ostentation. Unlike the grand stones of other eras, these barrows were humble, their forms shaped by the natural contours of the land. A warrior's barrow might include a small chamber lined lined with wattle and daub, where the body rested on a platform of wood or stone. Offerings were not merely decorative. They served as provisions for the afterlife, ensuring the spirit's journey was well equipped. Bronze armlets, for instance, found in digs at the Witham Valley, often accompanied the dead, their loops suggesting a connection to ancestral lines. As evening fell, the mist thickened, wrapping the barrows in a blanket of obscurity. The soft chants faded into memory, leaving only the gentle rustle of foliage and the distant hoot of an owl. One might reflect, with a hint of subtle wit, on how these ancient practices outwitted the relentless march of time, preserving mysteries that even modern eyes struggle to decipher. In the cool embrace of the night, the valleys held their secrets close, a testament to a world where death was not an end, but a gentle transition. Yet the story of these customs extends beyond the individual barrow. Archaeological evidence from multiple sites, such as the polished artifacts at the Yorkshire Wolds, reveals variations in practice that speak to regional nuances. In some valleys, additional herbs like meadowsweet were scattered over the shroud, their sweet, honeyed scent lingering as a final gesture. This attention to detail, observed in the faint residues left in graves, underscores the Celts' profound connection to their environment, where every element played a role in the ritual. The mystery of unmarked barrows deepened with each passing generation. Why, for example, did some warriors receive elaborate bronze hoards, while others were left with minimal trappings? Digs have uncovered inconsistencies that fuel speculation, perhaps a sign of social status, or a deliberate obscurity to evade grave robbers. In a calming tone, one might muse that these barrows, like shy guardians, preferred their stories untold, their silence a witty retort to the curiosity of the living. As the moon rose over the misty expanse, casting a silvery glow on the earth, the scene evoked a sense of eternal calm. The damp soil, cool and yielding, held the barrows in its grasp, while the faint chants of memory echoed faintly. Here, in this cradle of ancient rites, the warriors rested, their legacies woven into the fabric of the land. And so, as the night deepened, one might feel a gentle pull toward what comes next, the whispers of other tales waiting in the shadows, ready to unfold with the dawn. In the soft haze of a 2nd century BCE dawn, the ancient hills of Britain stirred with the quiet rhythm of life, where Celtic chieftains held sway from their lofty hill forts. These earthen strongholds, crowned with wooden palisades, rose like guardians against the sky, their ramparts etched by wind and time. Here, in the heart of mist-shrouded valleys, a chieftain might awaken to the gentle call of a distant horn, his world one of earthy authority and unspoken bonds. Clad in a fur cloak of wolf or bear, soft against the skin and heavy with the scent of forest rains, he would rise to greet the day, his iron sword resting nearby like an old, faithful companion. The blade, forged in the glow of distant hearths, bore the marks of careful craftsmanship, its edge whispering tales of defense and dominion in the flickering light. Such leaders were the threads that wove the fabric of their tribes, their lives a blend of counsel and celebration within the wooden halls that formed the core of their hill forts. These halls, with walls of sturdy oak and roofs thatched with golden straw, exuded a warmth that belied the chill of the British winds. Inside, the air hung thick with the soothing aroma of peat smoke curling from a central fire, its flames dancing lazily and casting a golden glow over all who gathered. The chieftain, seated on a carved wooden throne draped in more furs, would listen to the murmurs of his people, farmers, warriors, and artisans, each voice a note in the symphony of daily affairs. The clinking of goblets, filled with honey-sweetened mead, added a rhythmic undertone, like the trickle of a stream over stones, as men and women shared stories of the hunt or the harvest under the hall's timbered beams. In these gatherings, the chieftain's presence was a calming anchor, his fur cloak settling around him like a second skin, insulating him from the drafts that whispered through the cracks. His iron sword, often sheathed in leather worn smooth by handling, lay across his lap, a symbol not of aggression, but of resolve, its cool metal a reminder of the balance he maintained. Caesar, in his accounts of the Gallic Wars, spoke of such leaders among the British tribes, noting their authority stemmed from prowess and wisdom rather than mere birthright. He described how they commanded respect through feasts and assemblies, where the sensory world bloomed in full. The rich taste of roasted venison, seasoned with wild herbs and salt from distant shores, lingered on the tongue, while the faint melody of a bone flute wove through the air, evoking the rustle of leaves in the sacred groves beyond the fort. Yet, beyond the immediate comforts of the hall, the chieftain's days unfolded with the steady pulse of governance. From his hill fort, he oversaw the patchwork of fields and pastures that sustained his people, his decisions shaped by the cycles of nature and the subtle shifts of alliances with neighboring tribes. Dressed in his fur cloak, which carried the earthy scent of the beasts it came from, he might walk the ramparts at dusk, the iron sword at his side glinting in the fading light. The view from atop these heights was one of serene vastness, the hills rolling like gentle waves under a canopy of stars, and the air filled with the distant lowing of cattle or the call of an owl. Caesar remarked on the fortitude of these chieftains, their ability to rally warriors for defense or trade, their halls serving as centers where bonds were forged over shared meals and tales. One might imagine a typical evening as the sun dipped low, painting the sky in hues of soft lavender and rose. The chieftain, his face lined with the quiet wisdom of years, would recline in his hall, the fire's warmth seeping into his bones through the fur of his cloak. Goblets clinked softly as they were passed, each filled with mead that tasted of honey and wildflowers, its sweetness a gentle balm after the day's labors. The conversations flowed like the smoke that rose to the rafters, touching on matters of land and livestock with a subtle wit emerging in the chieftain's words. Perhaps a light-hearted jest about a stubborn ox that mirrored the stubbornness of rival leaders, drawing soft chuckles without stirring discord. In quieter moments, the chieftain contemplated the mysteries that shadowed his world. Chief among them, the enigma of the untraced hoards. These were caches of wealth-gleaming torques of gold, intricate brooches, and finely wrought weapons that chieftains of old had buried in secret places, perhaps to safeguard against invaders, or as offerings to unseen forces. Caesar himself hinted at such practices among the Britons, where treasures vanished into the earth, their locations lost to time and memory. One could almost feel the weight of this mystery in the hall's dim light, the air growing heavier with unspoken questions. Where lay those hidden troves, buried beneath ancient oaks, or in the folds of forgotten valleys? The chieftain might ponder this as he traced the hilt of his iron sword, its cool surface a tactile anchor, wondering if his own hoard would one day join the ranks of the untraced. A silent legacy swallowed by the mists. Such thoughts lent a dreamlike quality to his rule, a gentle detachment from the harsher edges of life. When conflicts arose, skirmishes over borders or resources, Caesar's writings recalled how these chieftains met them with calculated resolve, their warriors assembling like shadows in the dawn, the consequences unfolded with a certain inevitability, the outcome shaping alliances rather than ending lives in spectacle. In the aftermath, the chieftain would return to his hall, the scent of rain washed earth clinging to his fur cloak, and reflect on the lessons learned, the clink of goblets resuming as if to soothe the soul. Through the seasons, the chieftain's life mirrored the land itself, ever changing, yet enduring. In spring, when wildflowers carpeted the hills, he might lead rituals of renewal, the air alive with the fragrance of blooming heather and the sound of streams rushing anew. Summer brought the warmth of long days, where the hall echoed with laughter, and the taste of fresh berries mingled with mead. Autumn's crisp winds carried the aroma of harvested grains, and in winter, as snow dusted the fort, the fire's glow intensified, wrapping all in a cocoon of shared stories and subtle humor. A chieftain's quip about the wind's relentless song, drawing smiles even in the cold. Yet, for all their authority, these leaders were bound by the same mortal threads as their people. Caesar noted the Britons' deep connection to their ancestors, their traditions preserved through oral tales that wove through the smoky air of the halls. A chieftain might speak of forebears who had wielded similar iron swords, their exploits etched in memory like the patterns on a cloak's fur. And in these narratives, the mystery of the hoards persisted, a tantalizing shadow that added depth to the chieftain's legacy, hinting at treasures that might still lie hidden, waiting for a fortunate soul to unearth them beneath the ancient soil. As the years passed, the chieftain's world remained a tapestry of sensory richness. From the tactile embrace of his fur cloak to the resonant clink of goblets in fellowship. His iron sword, ever present, symbolized not just protection, but the enduring spirit of his people. In Caesar's eyes, these Britons were resilient, their hill forts bastions of culture amid the wilds, and their chieftains the steady hearts at the center. Now, as the embers of the fire dim in the wooden hall, and the night deepens over the hills, we leave these ancient rulers to their quiet domains, turning our thoughts to the threads that connect their stories to the wider weave of history. Along the rugged coasts of Britain in the 3rd century before the Common Era, where the sea whispered secrets to the land, traders gathered in the shadow of ancient cliffs. The air carried the tang of salt and the faint, earthy scent of damp wool, as figures draped in heavy capes moved with deliberate grace among the market stalls. These were the Celts, masters of exchange in a world of waves and winds, bartering treasures like amber and tin under skies that shifted from pearl gray to soft amber at dusk. Diodorus Siculus, that keen observer of distant lands, noted how the Britons drew tin from their misty islands, trading it far and wide, while amber arrived from northern realms, carried by hands that bridged unseen divides. In these coastal havens, where the tide's gentle rhythm lulled the senses, traders stood with an air of quiet resolve. Their wool capes, woven thick against the chill, billowed slightly in the breeze, each fold telling tales of distant looms. One trader, his face lined like weathered stone, held a piece of amber in his palm, its golden hue catching the fading light from the frozen north. He murmured with a hint of wry amusement, as if sharing a private jest with the sea. Across from him, another in a cape of mottled gray offered chunks of tin, heavy and cool to the touch, extracted from the hills where the earth yielded its secrets. The bartering unfolded like a slow dance, voices low and measured, blending with the cries of gulls overhead. The market hummed with subtle energy, a tapestry of sounds and smells that wrapped around the visitors like a comforting shroud. Salty breezes carried hints of brine and distant storms, while the creak of wooden carts rolling over pebbled paths added a rhythmic undertone, like a lullaby from the depths. Traders exchanged not just goods, but stories, their words flowing as smoothly as the amber resin that once dripped from ancient trees. Diodorus spoke of how the Britons sent tin to the Mediterranean, where it fueled the forges of far-off civilizations, a flow that sustained empires, yet remained a mystery to those who never ventured beyond their shores. Here, in the market's heart, a trader might weigh a lump of tin on a simple balance, its metallic gleam reflecting the sun's gentle fade, while another inspected amber beads, their warm glow evoking sunsets long past. As the day waned, the traders' negotiations took on a poetic cadence, each offer a verse in an ongoing saga. "Your tin for my amber," one would say, his voice carrying a subtle wit, as if implying that the earth's gifts were merely loans between friends. The wool capes, rough yet warm, rustled with every gesture, their fibers, holding the faint aroma of smoke from evening fires around them. The coastal air mingled with the scent of seaweed drying on the rocks, and the occasional whiff of roasted fish from nearby hearths, creating a serene backdrop to the exchanges. Diodorus recounted how these networks stretched across the sea, linking Britain to Gaul and beyond, where tin from the Cassidarides, those fabled tin-bearing islands, flowed into the hands of Greek and Roman merchants. Yet in this moment, it was the personal touch that mattered. A nod, a smile, the careful placement of goods on weathered tables amid the calm. The mystery of lost trade routes lingered like a fog rolling in from the sea. Whispers among the traders spoke of paths once trodden, but now vanished, swallowed by shifting sands, or forgotten in the mists of time. Diodorus hinted at such enigmas, noting how the routes to the Tin Islands were guarded secrets, known only to a few who navigated by stars and ancient lore. One might imagine a route that wound through treacherous waters, where storms erased landmarks and left no trace, a silent puzzle that intrigued the mind without stirring unrest. In the market, a trader paused, his cape swaying as he gazed toward the horizon, perhaps pondering those vanished ways the sea gives and takes. He said with a faint, knowing smile, his words carrying the weight of generations who had sailed into the unknown. The bartering continued, each transaction a thread in the vast web of Celtic trade. Amber, prized for its luster and said to hold the warmth of the sun, changed hands for tin, that vital metal shaped into tools and ornaments. The sensory world of the coast enveloped everything. The soft crunch of gravel underfoot, the cool spray of waves kissing the air, the distant call of a horn signaling a ship's approach. Traders in their capes moved with unhurried purpose, their exchanges marked by gestures as gentle as the ebbing tide. Diodorus described how the Britons exported tin in abundance, loading it onto vessels that braved the Atlantic swells. Yet he marveled at the intermediaries who facilitated these flows, their identities as elusive as the routes themselves. In the late afternoon light, the market took on a dreamlike quality, the salty breezes weaving through the stalls like invisible threads. A trader ran his fingers over a piece of amber, its smooth surface evoking the petrified tears of ancient forests, while another stacked tin ingots with care, their metallic clink a soft counterpoint to the waves. Subtle wit flavored their interactions. One might quip, "This tin has traveled farther than you have stories," drawing a chuckle that echoed like a gentle wave. The wool capes, heavy with the day's wear, absorbed the scents of the sea and the market's earthy offerings, from the musty aroma of stored goods to the fresh tang of ocean air. Yet the mystery persisted, a undercurrent beneath the tranquility. Lost routes, Diodorus suggested, were not merely paths, but lifelines that vanished without warning, perhaps due to changing currents or the whims of nature. In Britain, tales circulated of traders who set out on well-known courses only to find them altered as if the sea had redrawn its map overnight. This enigma added a layer of intrigue, a puzzle piece that fit nowhere, inviting reflection rather than fear. A trader might pause in his bartering, his cape fluttering in the wind, and gaze at the vast expanse, wondering about those who had gone before and the secrets they carried away. As evening approached, the exchanges grew more introspective, the calming tone of the market deepening. The creaking of carts faded into the background, replaced by the rhythmic lapping of waves, while the air cooled, carrying a crisp edge that sharpened the senses. Diodorus's accounts painted a picture of a trade network resilient, yet fragile, dependent on knowledge passed down like heirlooms. Here, amber and tin symbolized connections across divides, their journeys mirroring the human spirit's quest for exchange. Through it all, the coastal setting provided a soothing canvas. The soft glow of the setting sun on the water, the gentle rustle of capes in the breeze, the faint, salty taste on the lips from the air itself. Traders concluded their barters with nods of satisfaction, their woolen garments settling like the day's final sigh. The mystery of those lost routes remained, a subtle reminder that not all paths endure. Yet, in this moment, the world felt whole and connected as the stars began to emerge, casting a silvery veil over the coast. The traders dispersed, their capes blending into the twilight. The scene lingered, a peaceful interlude in the flow of history, hinting at stories yet to unfold in distant lands and times. Perhaps in the next breath, new horizons awaited, where other networks wove their intricate patterns. In the gentle haze of a summer afternoon in 4th century BCE Britain, where rolling hills cradled clusters of roundhouses like ancient nests woven from wattle and daub, the Celtic children wandered into the sun-dappled fields. Soft blades of grass whispered underfoot, cool and yielding, as if the earth itself cradled their every step. The air carried the faint, earthy scent of wildflowers and the distant lowing of cattle, a rhythmic murmur that blended with the breeze rustling through the leaves. Here, amid this serene expanse, the children played, their laughter a soft ripple like water over stones, untouched by the weight of the world beyond. The boys and girls, no older than 10 summers, wore simple tunics of coarse wool, dyed in earthy hues of green and brown from the plants their families gathered. These garments hung just above their knees, practical for the freedom of movement in their games, the fabric soft against their skin from wear, and the occasional wash in nearby streams. One little girl, with braids the color of ripening wheat, adjusted her tunic as she crouched in the grass, her fingers tracing patterns in the soil. The boys, sturdy and sun-kissed, mirrored her ease, their tunics fluttering lightly in the wind, a subtle reminder of the day's warmth that kissed their cheeks and arms. Their toys, crafted from the woods of nearby oak and hazel, were humble yet enchanting treasures. A boy held a carved wooden horse, its simple form smoothed by many hands, the wood warm and grainy under his palms. He galloped it through the grass, the toy's legs leaving faint trails in the dew-kissed blades, evoking the thunder of real hooves from the herds grazing far off nearby. Another child spun a hoop made from bent willow branches, the ring rolling with a satisfying whir that echoed softly through the air. These playthings, unearthed by modern eyes from ancient sites like the hill forts of southern Britain, spoke of ingenuity born from necessity. Perhaps a discarded branch transformed into a sword for mock battles, or a smoothed stone turned into a ball for tossing games. The fields stretched out like a vast emerald blanket, dotted with buttercups and clover that released a sweet, honeyed fragrance when crushed underfoot. The children sank into this softness, their bare feet sinking slightly into the cool earth, the grass tickling their toes with each movement. In these moments, the world narrowed to the immediate senses. The warm sun on their faces, the gentle hum of bees drifting from wildflower patches, and the earthy taste of grass stems they sometimes chewed absent-mindedly. A girl lay back, staring at the sky where clouds drifted like lazy sheep, her fingers idly weaving a crown from daisies, the petals velvety and fragrant. Yet amid this idyllic play, there lingered a quiet mystery, the unrecorded games of these Celtic children, lost to the winds of time. Archaeologists, sifting through the remnants of Iron Age settlements, have uncovered fragments that hint at these pastimes. A scattering of polished pebbles, perhaps used in counting games, or simple races, or tiny clay figurines that might have been props in storytelling circles. But the exact rules, the laughter-filled chants, and the inventive twists they added remain shrouded in the mists of history. Imagine, if you will, the children forming circles in the grass, their voices rising in a rhythmic call and response, the words carried away on the breeze before any scribe could capture them. Was it a game of chasing shadows cast by the setting sun, or perhaps mimicking the flight of birds with handmade feathers? These enigmas add a subtle charm to their lives, a whisper of what might have been, preserved only in the soil's silent memory. As the afternoon waned, the children paused to rest, their bodies nestled in the grass's embrace. The air grew cooler, carrying the faint scent of smoke from the roundhouse's hearths, a comforting reminder of home. One boy, with a wit as sharp as the flint tools his elders used, quipped about his wooden toy escaping like a wayward sheep, drawing giggles from his companions. They lay there, eyes half closed, feeling the soft give of the earth beneath them, the distant call of a cuckoo echoing through the valley. In these pauses, the world felt vast yet intimate, a canvas of sensory delights that wrapped around them like a well-worn cloak. Their play often drew from the natural world around them, inspired by the creatures they observed. A group might mimic the graceful leap of a hare across the fields, their tunics flaring as they jumped, the grass bending and springing back with a whisper. Or they fashioned slings from strips of leather, launching smooth stones into the air, the whiz and thud a playful echo of the hunters might one day become historical finds from sites like the Glastonbury Lake Village reveal. Such artifacts, small tools, and playthings that suggest these games were not mere idleness, but a way to learn the skills of survival. The children, with their innate curiosity, turned everyday objects into sources of joy. A feather became a quill for drawing in the dirt, its soft barbs tickling their fingers as they sketched imaginary beasts. The sensory tapestry of their world was rich and enveloping. The grass, ever present, offered a bed of cool comfort, its blades releasing a fresh, green aroma when trodden upon. In the distance, the cattle's low moans created a soothing backdrop, like a lullaby composed by the land itself. A child might reach out to touch the wild thyme growing nearby, its leaves releasing a spicy scent that mingled with the sweetness of blooming heather. These details, pieced together from archaeological evidence, paint a picture of a childhood intertwined with nature, where every game was a dance with the elements. One might wonder at the subtle wit in their interactions, a lightness that threaded through their play like a hidden stream. A girl pretending her wooden doll was a chieftain would command it with exaggerated gravity, only to have her brother retort that even the cows had more authority, eliciting peals of laughter. Such moments, though unrecorded, echo in the artifacts left behind, perhaps a carved animal figure, its features worn smooth by tiny hands, hinting at the humor and creativity that flavored their days. As evening approached, the sky softened to hues of pink and gold, casting long shadows across the fields. The children gathered their toys, the wood warm from the sun's touch, and began to drift back toward the roundhouses. The grass, now damp with the promise of dew, clung gently to their tunics, a final caress before night fell. In these fading hours, the mystery of their games deepened, a gentle enigma that invites us to imagine the untold stories woven into the fabric of their lives. Yet, as the stars began to emerge, twinkling like distant fires, one could sense the transition to other tales of Celtic existence. The children's world, full of wonder and sensory delight, fades into the broader tapestry, leading us onward to explore further mysteries of that ancient land. Word count: approximately 1,500 in the hushed twilight of a hill fort clearing in 3rd century BCE Britain. The air grew still as the sun dipped below the ancient earthworks, painting the sky in strokes of deepening indigo. Villagers gathered, their figures cloaked in soft plaid wool that whispered against the grass with each step, drawing close to the heart of the celebration. This was Samhain, a time when the veil between worlds thinned, not with dread, but with a quiet reverence that settled like mist over the land. The flames of the bonfire leaped gently, their golden light flickering across faces weathered by seasons of harvest and rain, inviting all to a ritual born of the earth itself. The fire crackled softly, a low murmur that blended with the rhythmic pulse of distant drums, echoing through the valley like a heartbeat echoing in the womb of night. Each villager moved with a graceful sway, their plaid cloaks swaying like leaves in an autumn breeze. The wool's earthy scent mingling with the smoke that curled upward, carrying whispers of forgotten tales. Strabo, the Greek traveler who once observed such gatherings from afar, noted in his writings how the Britons marked these festivals with feasting and fire. Though he could only glimpse the outer edges of their customs, he described the people as hardy and spirited, their celebrations a blend of gratitude and anticipation. Yet he left much unsaid, for the rites themselves were shrouded in layers of mystery, passed not in scrolls, but in the silent exchanges of shared breath and shadow. As the drums thrummed a steady, soothing cadence, like the distant roll of waves upon a pebbled shore, the villagers formed circles around the bonfire. Their feet traced patterns on the dew-kissed ground, soft thuds that stirred the scent of crushed herbs and damp soil into the air. One woman, her cloak adorned with faded dyes of red and green, led the dance with a gentle twirl, her movements fluid as river currents under a full moon. The fire's warmth radiated outward, caressing skin chilled by the evening's embrace, while sparks spiraled lazily skyward, twinkling like distant stars fallen to earth. Strabo recounted how such gatherings fostered unity among the tribes, a way to honor the turning seasons without the clamor of conflict. Yet he hinted at deeper meanings, rituals that eluded his pen, mysteries that lingered in the air like the faint, sweet aroma of roasted grains offered to the flames. In this clearing, atop the Hillfort's grassy ramparts, the world felt vast and eternal. The bonfire's glow casting long, dancing shadows that played across the stones. The villagers' voices rose in a low hum, not a song of words, but a melodic chant that wove through the night, evoking the rustle of wind through ancient oaks. One could almost taste the air, laced with the smoky tang of burning wood and the subtle bitterness of brewed herbs. A brew Strabo might have smelled in his travels, though he never fully grasped its purpose. These festivals, he wrote, were times of renewal, where the community gathered to reflect on the year's bounty, their plaid cloaks symbolizing the woven threads of life itself. Yet beneath this surface lay the unwritten rites, secrets held in the curve of a gesture or the pause between drumbeats, mysteries that time had not preserved in stone or ink. As the dance unfolded, the fire's light revealed glimpses of adornments, beads of bone and shell strung around necks, clinking softly with each step, their cool touch a reminder of the earth's gifts. The drums echoed deeper now, a resonant throb that seemed to vibrate through the soil, calling forth memories of harvests past, the golden sheaves of barley and wheat that had filled the granaries. Strabo observed that the Britons celebrated with an almost childlike joy, their rituals a gentle defiance against the encroaching dark. But he could not capture the essence of those unwritten elements, the subtle rites that bound the community in ways words could not express. Perhaps it was in the way an elder would trace a finger through the ashes, leaving a faint mark on a young one's forehead, a gesture as fleeting as a dream, hinting at protections or promises lost to history. The night air grew cooler, carrying the faint scent of wildflowers crushed underfoot, their petals releasing a delicate fragrance that mingled with the fire's warmth. Villagers paused in their dance to share simple offerings. Handfuls of nuts and berries passed from palm to palm, the textures rough and smooth against the skin, evoking a sense of shared abundance. Strabo noted such exchanges as common among the Celts, a way to strengthen bonds without the need for grand displays. Yet he marveled at the unspoken layers, the mysteries that made these festivals more than mere gatherings. One could imagine the air humming with untold stories, rites performed in the quiet spaces between the flames' crackles, where the drum's echo faded into silence, leaving only the mystery of what was never recorded. As the bonfire settled into a steady glow, its embers pulsing like a living heart, the villagers drew closer, their plaid cloaks brushing against one another in a comforting rhythm. The scent of charred wood and fresh earth enveloped them, a sensory tapestry that Strabo might have inhaled on his journeys, though he could only describe the outward forms. In his accounts, he spoke of the Britons' resilience, their festivals as markers of seasonal change. But the true depth, the unwritten rites, remained elusive, like shadows slipping through the trees. Perhaps it was in the way the dancers' eyes met across the fire, conveying secrets in a glance, or the soft incantations murmured under breath, rhythms that echoed the ancient winds sweeping over the hills. The clearing felt alive with possibility, the grass cool and yielding beneath bare feet, the night sky a vast canopy sprinkled with stars. Drums softened to a whisper, their beats syncing with the natural world, the hoot of an owl in the distance adding a layer of serenity. Strabo wrote of how these celebrations fostered a deep connection to the land, but he left the mysteries intact, unspoken threads that wove through the fabric of the event. One villager might have traced patterns in the dirt with a stick, simple lines that held profound meaning, their purpose known only to those present. A ritual as intangible as the mist rising from the ground. As the hours waned, the fire dimmed to a gentle ember, its warmth lingering like a fond memory. The villagers sat in quiet circles, sharing tales in low voices, the plaid of their cloaks folding around them like protective wings. The air carried the last traces of smoke and herbs, a soothing balm against the chill. Strabo's observations ended there, with the festivals as moments of communal harmony. But the unwritten rites, the core of their mystery, endured, a puzzle for the ages, untouched by his quill. In this way, Samhain unfolded not in spectacle, but in the subtle dance of light and shadow, a calming ritual that whispered of continuity and change. Yet as the night deepened, with the bonfire's glow fading into the darkness, one couldn't help but wonder at the layers left unexplored. explored the mysteries of those unwritten rites, passed through generations in whispers and gestures, remained a gentle enigma, inviting reflection rather than revelation. And so, as the villagers dispersed into the quiet hills, their footsteps fading like echoes in the wind, the scene transitioned softly, leaving room for other stories to unfold in the tapestry of time, in the hushed embrace of a forest glade deep in ancient Britain, where the 2nd century before the Common Era unfolded like a quiet dream. The air carried the faint whisper of leaves stirring in the breeze. Sunlight filtered through the canopy, painting dappled patterns on the mossy earth, and the scent of damp ferns mingled with the earthy tang of turned soil. Here, amid the timeless woods that cloaked the hills, a group of youths gathered for the rituals of warrior training, their forms clad in simple leather tunics that moved with the grace of shadows. No grand arenas or echoing halls marked this place. It was a sanctuary of nature, where the rustle of branches overhead served as both witness and melody to their efforts. These young men, not yet hardened by the full weight of battle, stepped lightly on the soft ground, their bare feet sinking into the cool, yielding loam. Their tunics, stitched from cured hides, hung loosely about their shoulders, allowing freedom for the swift motions to come. In their hands, they gripped wooden spears, replicas of the iron-tipped weapons described in the accounts of distant observers like Tacitus, who noted the Britons' skill with such tools in their skirmishes against invaders. The spears were long and straight, carved from ash wood that gleamed faintly in the filtered light, their tips wrapped in dulled bronze for practice, clacking softly as they were tested in the air. The youths moved in pairs, circling one another with a rhythm born of repetition, their breaths steady and measured, as if the forest itself breathed with them. A gentle wind stirred the leaves, carrying the faint, sweet aroma of wildflowers blooming nearby, while birdsong wove through the pauses between their exertions. One youth, his hair tousled like the unkempt undergrowth, thrust his spear forward in a fluid arc, the wood slicing through the air with a soft whoosh that echoed the rustling canopy. His partner parried with a deft twist, their weapons meeting in a muted clash that resonated like distant chimes. Not the harsh clang of metal, but a wooden tap that spoke of learning and restraint. The ground beneath them was carpeted in fallen leaves, crunching softly underfoot with each step, a reminder of the cycle of seasons that governed their world. Tacitus, in his writings, had spoken of the Britons' agility in such settings, how they trained in the wilds to mirror the unpredictability of true combat, far from the structured fields of more civilized lands. As the morning deepened, the youths formed a loose circle, their tunics dampening with the light sheen of sweat that caught the sunlight like dew on petals. They practiced the ancient forms, drawing from traditions passed down through generations, where every movement was a dance with the elements. One would lunge, his spear tracing a path through the air, faint whistle of its passage, blending with the sigh of the wind through the trees. The other would sidestep, leaves whispering as his feet disturbed them. His counter-strike, a gentle probe rather than a blow, the air filled with the subtle scent of pine resin from the nearby trunks, and the distant call of a deer added a layer of serenity to the scene, as if the forest approved of their endeavors. In these glades, the training was more than mere physicality. It was a communion with the land. The youths learned to read the terrain, their eyes scanning the underbrush for hidden roots or low-hanging boughs that might trip an unwary foot. Tacitus recounted how the Britons excelled in such environments, their familiarity with the woods giving them an edge in skirmishes. Though he wrote from a later time, his words preserving echoes of these earlier customs. Here, in the 2nd century BCE, the practice was ritualistic, each session beginning with a moment of stillness, where they stood with spears grounded, listening to the heartbeat of the forest, the trickle of a nearby stream, the flutter of wings in the branches. It was a calming rhythm, a lullaby of preparation that eased the mind before the body engaged. Yet woven into this peaceful tableau was a whisper of mystery, the enigma of lost training grounds that had faded from memory like mist at dawn. Legends spoke of elder sites hidden deeper in the woods, where ancient warriors had once honed their skills under the gaze of forgotten druids. These places, now overgrown and elusive, were said to hold echoes of the past, where the very earth might retain the imprints of long-ago footsteps. As the youth sparred, one might glance toward a shadowed thicket where the undergrowth seemed denser, as if guarding secrets. The air there carried a different scent, sharper and more ancient, like the musty pages of an unwritten chronicle. Tacitus, in his observations, hinted at such mysteries without naming them, describing how the Britons revered certain locales as sacred, where the veil between worlds thinned. But these grounds had vanished, perhaps swallowed by the encroaching forest, or erased by time's gentle erosion, leaving only faint traces for the curious to ponder. The sparring continued with a subtle wit to their movements, as if the youths shared an unspoken jest with the elements. One might faint high, drawing a laugh from his partner when the spear whistled harmlessly past, the leaves rustling in mock surprise. The clashing of wood against wood was never violent, but measured, a conversation rather than a conflict, each impact sending a soft vibration through their arms, reminding them of the spear's true purpose. The forest responded in kind, with beams of sunlight dancing across their tunics, highlighting the worn leather that spoke of many such sessions. In the background, the gentle babble of a stream provided a soothing counterpoint, its waters cool and clear, where they might pause to quench their thirst, the liquid tasting of the earth itself. As the day wore on, the youths adapted their techniques, drawing from historical examples Tacitus preserved. He described how Briton warriors used the landscape to their advantage, much like these trainees who wove between trees. Their spears flashing in the dappled light. One youth crouched low, his tunic brushing against the ferns, mimicking the ambush tactics of old, while another circled wide, the crunch of leaves under his feet a deliberate signal. The air grew warmer, carrying the faint, honeyed scent of blooming heather, and the occasional buzz of insects added a lazy harmony to their exertions. It was in these moments that the mystery deepened, for tales persisted of a hidden glade nearby, where the ground was said to hum with unseen energy, as if the spirits of past warriors lingered. No one had found it in living memory, yet the youths felt its pull, a subtle curiosity that lent an air of wonder to their training. In the quiet interludes, they rested against tree trunks, the bark rough yet comforting against their backs, and shared soft words about the legends. One might say, with a hint of wry amusement, that the lost grounds were like elusive deer, always just out of reach, while another nodded, his eyes tracing the play of light on the leaves. The forest, in its infinite patience, seemed to listen, its rustling leaves a gentle rebuttal to their speculations. Tacitus had noted the Britons' deep connection to such lore, how their culture intertwined with the natural world, fostering a resilience that outlasted empires. As the afternoon light softened, casting long shadows across the glade, the youths concluded their session with a final, synchronized thrust, their spears held high in salute to the unseen. The wood clacked one last time, a fading echo that blended with the wind's sigh, and they dispersed like autumn leaves, melting back into the forest paths. Yet, as they departed, a quiet transition lingered in the air, a whisper that hinted at other tales waiting in the wings, where the mysteries of the past might one day reveal themselves in the quiet corners of history. Word count 1,500. In the soft haze of a 4th century BCE dawn over Britain's rolling pastures, the world awakened to a gentle rhythm of life that had endured through seasons of mist and rain. Celtic herders, cloaked in heavy wool that carried the earthy scent of lanolin and dew, moved with quiet purpose among their cattle. These men and women, their faces weathered like ancient stone, guided sturdy beasts across lands where the air hung thick with the lowing of calves and the whisper of wind through tall grasses. No village walls confined them. Their domain was the open expanse, where the ground softened underfoot and the horizon blurred into mystery. The herds themselves were a living tapestry, descendants of the hardy aurochs tamed by ancestors whose ways were etched in the soil of hill forts and river valleys. Archaeological traces from sites like the Iron Age settlements of southern Britain revealed that these cattle, with their broad backs and gentle eyes, provided not just meat and milk, but the very sinew of survival. Herders like Bran, a figure shaped by countless dawns, would rise before the sun fully crested the hills, his wool cloak draped over shoulders broad from years of leading these animals through fog-shrouded paths. He carried a simple staff, worn smooth by his grip, its tip marking faint impressions in the damp earth that would vanish with the next rain. As the morning unfolded, the pasture came alive with sensory whispers, the lowing of the cattle, a deep, resonant hum that rose and fell like a distant song, echoed across the fields, mingling with the faint rustle of leaves on ancient oaks beneath their hooves. The grass yielded a cool, yielding carpet, damp from the night's mist, its blades glistening with droplets that caught the light in fleeting sparks. The herders breathed in the clean, sharp aroma of wet soil and animal hide, a scent that spoke of continuity and care. With subtle wit, one might imagine the cattle themselves as wise old souls, their tails swishing in lazy rebuttal to the herders' calls, as if to say, "We've roamed these mists longer than you." Bran and his kin moved with a practiced grace, their steps synchronized to the herd's pace. They used calls soft as lullabies, short whistles, and murmured words in the ancient tongue to coax the animals along. A young heifer, her coat a mottled brown like the shadowed earth, would pause to nuzzle the grass, her breath warm against the herder's hand as he gently urged her forward. The air carried the faint, milky tang of the beasts, a reminder of the milk drawn at dusk, stored in clay vessels that echoed findings from excavations at sites like Wandleberry Hill. Their shards of pottery hinted at the herders' resourcefulness, their vessels shaped to preserve the fruits of their labor without the aid of settled farms. Yet, amid this serene ballet of man and beast, a quiet enigma wove through the landscape. The untraced herd paths, these routes, invisible to the modern eye, yet vital to the Celts, twisted through the mists like forgotten threads in a vast weave. Archaeological reports from the era, drawn from the subtle depressions in chalk downs and the faint alignments of stones, suggested paths that shifted with the seasons, guided by stars and subtle landmarks now lost to time. Herders like Bran followed them instinctively, their knowledge passed down through generations in tales whispered around evening fires. No map could capture these ways. They were etched not in stone, but in memory and instinct, vanishing under rain-swept grass, as if the earth itself conspired to keep them secret. One might ponder, with a touch of wry amusement, how these paths eluded even the most diligent excavators, leaving behind only the occasional scatter of animal bones or worn flints that hinted at rest stops long faded. As the day progressed, the herders tended to the herd with meticulous care, their movements a dance of vigilance and tenderness. They checked for signs of illness, their hands running over flanks warm and alive, feeling the steady pulse beneath the skin. The sun, when it broke through the clouds, cast a golden veil over the scene, warming the wool cloaks until they felt like a second skin. Birds called from the hedgerows, their songs a counterpoint to the cattle's contented murmurs, while the distant bleat of sheep on neighboring hills added a harmonious layer to the symphony. In these moments, the herders found a peace that archaeology could only infer from the absence of conflict in such pastoral sites tools like bone needles and antler combs, unearthed from burial mounds, spoke of a life intertwined with the animals they guarded. But life in the pastures was not without its subtle challenges. Approached with a detached calm, storms could sweep in from the sea, bringing winds that howled like distant wolves and rain that turned the ground to a slick mire. Herders would guide the herd to higher ground, their cloaks heavy with water, focusing on the steady progress rather than the discomfort. In one such instance, as recorded in patterns from hill fort defenses, a herder might recall how a sudden flood once swept away a straying calf, its loss noted only in the empty space left in the herd, a quiet consequence that rippled through their routines. Yet even in these events, the tone remained soothing, a reminder that the cycle of life and loss was as natural as the mist that cloaked the land. Throughout the afternoon, the herders paused for simple repasts, breads made from wild grains, perhaps, and cheeses from the previous seasons, milk eaten amid the herd's watchful eyes. The taste of these meals, salty and nourishing, evoked the essence of their world, where every bite connected them to the beasts they tended. Archaeological evidence from sites such as the Braden Hill Fort illustrated such sustenance, with animal remains showing careful butchery and preservation techniques that ensured the herd's legacy endured. As the sun arced toward evening, the herders' wits surfaced in light-hearted exchanges. A herder joking that the cattle knew the paths better than they did, their hooves tracing routes that baffled even the wisest elder. The mystery of the untraced paths deepened as shadows lengthened. These elusive trails, perhaps aligned with ancient solar markers, or the flow of hidden streams, remained a puzzle for those who followed. Reports from excavations at places like Maiden Castle revealed faint, enigmatic alignments that modern scholars debated, suggesting the herders possessed knowledge of the land's subtle energies. Bran, in his quiet way, might muse on how these paths seemed to shift, evading the touch of time, a secret shared only between man, beast, and the whispering winds. As twilight descended, the pastures softened into a blanket of purple and gray, the cattle settling into clusters for the night. The herders, their tasks complete, lingered a moment longer, listening to the final lowing that faded into silence. The damp grass released its evening scent, a cool embrace that signaled rest. In this lullaby of the wild, one could almost hear the earth's gentle pulse, a reminder that the herder's world was one of enduring harmony. Yet, as the stars began to prick the sky, thoughts turned beyond the pastures to the broader tapestry of Celtic life waiting in the wings. For now, the herder's day drew to a close, their stories intertwined with the mysteries of the land, ready to fade into the quiet night and awaken anew with the dawn. Word count 1,500 in the dim glow of a roundhouse, nestled amid the misty hills of 3rd century BCE Britain. The air hung thick with the the scent of damp earth and smoldering peat. Shadows danced across the thatched walls as families gathered on woven mats, their faces softened by the fire's gentle light. Here, in these humble dwellings of wattle and daub, a figure emerged from the periphery, draped in a simple linen cloak that whispered with each step. The bard, a keeper of ancient voices, settled by the hearth, his fingers grazing the strings of a lyre carved from yew. The instrument's curves caught the flicker of flames, promising tales as enduring as the stars above. His cloak, woven from flax grown in the fertile valleys, fell in loose folds around him, its pale hue a quiet contrast to the dark night beyond the door. It was not ornate, for the bard's power lay not in finery, but in words. Yet one could imagine the hands that had spun it, perhaps under the same skies that birthed the stories he carried. As he strummed the lyre, the strings released a soft melody, like the sigh of wind through ancient oaks, each note weaving through the crackling logs that popped and shifted in the fire. The sound was not bold or brash, but a lull, drawing listeners into a world where time slowed, where the day's labors melted away like mist at dawn. In those evenings, the bard's voice rose and fell like the gentle roll of distant waves, recounting tales of heroes long past, of quests through fog-shrouded forests and encounters with mythical beasts that roamed the wild moors. He spoke of a warrior who outwitted the cunning fox spirit of the hills, not with force, but with wit as sharp as a flint blade, a subtle nod to the cleverness that sustained their people. The firelight played across his face, illuminating the lines etched by years of travel, and one might catch a faint smile in his eyes, as if sharing a private jest with the flames. Ah, but even the mightiest oak bends to the wind, he might murmur, his tone laced with that understated wit, reminding all that survival came not from strength alone, but from the art of yielding. The lyre's strings hummed softly, their vibrations echoing the rhythm of heartbeats around the circle. Each strum evoked the texture of the world outside, the cool, damp kiss of evening air seeping through the roundhouse door, the faint rustle of leaves carried on a breeze, the earthy aroma of herbs bundled near the fire. Listeners could almost feel the weight of a cloak like his own, its linen cool against their skin, a barrier against the chill that crept in with the night. The fire crackled in response, sparks rising like fleeting spirits, and the air filled with the woody scent of burning alder, a fragrance that spoke of renewal and the cycle of seasons, drawing from whispers of the past, as noted in the scrolls of Pliny, who observed the ways of distant tribes with a scholar's eye. The bard's traditions echoed a deeper truth. Pliny had remarked on the Britons' affinity for such oral arts, though his words, preserved in fragile texts, touched only the surface of what was lived and breathed in these gatherings. He spoke of their songs as threads in the fabric of community, binding kin through shared memory. Yet even he could not capture the full essence, For these tales were meant for the ear, not the page. In the bard's recitations, one heard echoes of that ancient practice, where stories flowed like the rivers that carved the land, shaping identities with every verse. As the melody deepened, the bard wove in tales of ordinary folk turned extraordinary, like the fishermen who read the stars to navigate storms. His boat, a mere speck on the vast sea, the lyre's soft twang mimicked the lapping of waves, and the fire's warmth enveloped the listeners, evoking the salty tang of the coast, miles away. Yet beneath this calm surface lay a mystery, one that lingered like smoke in the air, the enigma of lost oral tales, those fragments of wisdom that slipped through the cracks of time. For every story recited, there were dozens more that faded into oblivion, carried away on the wind or buried with their tellers. Pliny himself hinted at this in his natural histories, noting how such traditions were as ephemeral as the mists that cloaked the isles, preserved only in the minds of the few who heard them. Imagine, then, the bard pausing ever so slightly, his fingers hovering over the lyre, as if listening to those vanished voices. What secrets did the old ones carry? His melody seemed to ask, with a gentle wit that teased the boundaries of knowledge. Perhaps a tale of a hidden spring, its waters said to reveal forgotten paths, had been lost to a single misplaced word, or a song of starlit migrations, guiding wanderers through the night, now silenced forever. The fire's embers glowed in response, casting a warm hue that softened the edges of uncertainty, and the listeners felt a quiet pull, as if the very air held echoes of what was gone. His voice, steady and soothing, continued, describing scenes with the precision of one who had walked those lands. The linen of his cloak rustled faintly as he shifted, the fabric brushing against the lyre, and one could sense the cool thread against his skin, a reminder of the labor that went into each garment. Much like the effort in each tale, the sensory tapestry unfolded, the faint crackle of logs settling, releasing a whisper of pine resin into the air, the subtle warmth radiating from the hearth, chasing away the night's dampness, the lyre's strings vibrating with a resonance that seemed to hum in one's bones. In these details, the bard infused a subtle humor, as when he likened a hero's folly to a hare darting into a thorn bush, evoking a soft chuckle that rippled through the group without disrupting the calm. Pliny's observations lent a layer of authenticity to these evenings, for he had chronicled the Britons' use of music and verse in daily life, though he focused more on their practical arts than the poetic. Yet from his writings, one gleans how such recitations fostered resilience, a quiet strength in the face of uncertainty. The bard, in his way, embodied this, his stories serving as a bridge between generations, even as they hinted at the impermanence of all things. The mystery of the lost tales grew more poignant here, in the firelit circle, where each recitation might be the last echo of a story never written down. What if, Pliny might have wondered, in his distant Roman halls. Those unwritten narratives held keys to understanding the soul of the land. As the night deepened, the lyre's melody softened further, blending with the rhythmic breathing of the listeners. The air grew heavier with the scent of charred wood and the faint herbal tang from pouches hung nearby, evoking the fields where such plants were gathered. One could almost feel the cool stone floor beneath, smoothed by generations of feet, or the gentle press of a neighbor's shoulder in the shared warmth. The bard's wit shone through in subtle asides, like comparing a tale's twist to a river changing course on a whim. A light-hearted reminder that life, too, was full of surprises. Yet, amid this tranquility, the enigma persisted. The lost oral tales, those elusive threads that connected the people to their ancestors. Pliny's accounts, though fragmentary, suggested that many such stories perished with their tellers, leaving only shadows in the collective memory. Perhaps a ballad of ancient alliances, forged in the mists of time, had vanished, or a riddle song that unlocked the secrets of the stars. The bard's voice carried a hint of this loss, not with grief, but with a detached acceptance, focusing on the beauty of what remained. In the roundhouse, as the fire dwindled to glowing embers, the melody faded, leaving a hush that settled like a soft blanket. The linen cloak settled around the bard as he rose, his lyre tucked away, and the listeners stirred, their minds drifting with the echoes of his words. This tradition, so vital and alive, hinted at worlds beyond, where stories waited to be rediscovered. And as the night gave way to the first light of dawn, one might wonder what tales the morrow would bring, leading seamlessly to the threads of history, yet to unfold in the soft embrace of Britain's ancient hills, where mists wove through the valleys like threads of forgotten dreams. The Celtic tribes held their ground against the distant rumble of Rome. These were the days before the great upheavals, in the early whispers of the 1st century CE, when hill forts stood as silent sentinels atop earthen ramparts, their stones kissed by dew and wind. Warriors, draped in cloaks of plaid wool that caught the morning light like rippling streams, gathered in the shadows of these fortresses, their hearts steady as the ancient oaks that rooted deep into the soil. The air carried the faint scent of heather and damp earth, a gentle reminder of the land's enduring spirit. It was here, among the rolling contours of what the Romans would call Britannia, that tribes like the Caduvillani and the Trinovantes prepared for the invaders who had already tasted Gaul's blood. Drawing from the accounts of Julius Caesar, who had crossed the narrow sea decades earlier in his quest for glory, one could sense the echoes of those earlier clashes. In his Gallic wars, Caesar spoke of the Britons as fierce allies to the Gauls, their warriors swift and unyielding, much like the ones who now watched the horizon with quiet resolve. Imagine the scene as dawn broke, painting the hills in hues of pale gold and gray. The warriors moved with a rhythm born of the land itself, their plaid cloaks fluttering softly in the breeze, each fold a story of clan and kin. They donned leather tunics reinforced with iron, their shields of lime, wood bound with bronze, ready to clang in defiance. The sound was not harsh, but resonant, like the distant toll of a bell in a quiet village, a subtle vibration that spoke of unity and strength. In these hill forts, carved from the very earth by generations past, they trained with spears tipped in sharpened iron and swords forged in secret fires, their movements deliberate and fluid, as if dancing to an unseen melody. Yet the resistance was more than mere arms. It was a whisper in the wind, a subtle defiance against the iron march of empire. Caesar had noted the Britons' use of chariots in his campaigns, swift vehicles that skimmed over the grassy slopes, their wheels cutting through the mist like birds in flight. In the years following his expeditions, as Rome turned its gaze back to these isles, the Celts adapted, fortifying their hilltops with ditches and palisades that blended seamlessly into the landscape. The forts at places like Camulodunum or Old Sarum rose like ancient guardians, their gates closed to the world, where families huddled together, sharing tales of the seafaring Romans who brought not gifts, but chains. As the Romans pressed forward under later commanders, the Celts met them not with outright fury, but with the cunning of their terrain. The misty hills concealed paths known only to the locals, twisting trails that led invaders into bogs, where the ground softened underfoot, pulling at boots and spirits alike. One could almost hear the gentle rustle of leaves as warriors slipped through the fog, their plaid cloaks merging with the shadows, a soft camouflage against the emerald backdrop. The air grew cool and damp, carrying the earthy aroma of moss and rain-soaked soil, while the distant call of a raven added a note of solemn mystery to the proceedings. In these unrecorded skirmishes, where history's pen faltered, lay the true enigma of Celtic resolve. Caesar's writings touched upon the broader tides of conflict, but many battles faded into the mists, untold and unchronicled, their details lost to time's gentle erosion. Perhaps it was a clash near the Thames, where warriors in their plaid attire formed shield walls that echoed with a rhythmic clang, the metal singing against wood in a lullaby of resistance. Or maybe it was the quiet ambush in a forested glen, where the Celts, with their painted faces and flowing hair, struck from the underbrush, their movements as swift as the stream that murmured nearby. These moments, shrouded in obscurity, held a peculiar charm, a subtle wit in their elusiveness, as if the land itself conspired to hide their secrets, whispering them only to the wind. The consequences unfolded like a slow dawn, without the sharp edges of violence that later tales might embellish. Families displaced from their hill forts found solace in the valleys, where the scent of wood smoke from evening fires mingled with the sweetness of wildflowers. The Romans, with their disciplined legions and gleaming armor, pushed onward, but the Celt's spirit lingered in the air, a calming presence that softened the edges of defeat. One might picture a warrior pausing atop a rampart, his plaid cloak billowing gently, gazing out at the approaching forces with a detached curiosity, as if observing a distant storm that would pass. Drawing from Caesar's observations, the Britons' alliances were key, their tribes weaving networks of support, much like the intricate patterns in their cloaks. In the Gallic Wars, he described how the Britons aided the Belgae, their kin across the Channel, with supplies and warriors, fostering a resilience that echoed in Britain's own defenses. This interconnected web allowed for coordinated efforts, where messages passed through hidden routes, carried by swift messengers, whose footsteps barely disturbed the dew-kissed grass. The sensory tapestry of these alliances was rich. The taste of shared mead around a fire, the warmth of camaraderie under starlit skies, and the faint hum of voices plodding in the quiet night. As days turned to seasons, the hill forts remained beacons of endurance, their walls a testament to a people who fought not for conquest, but for the simple rhythms of their world. The misty veils that cloaked the landscape added a layer of serenity, muffling the occasional clash of shields into a distant, almost musical note. One could feel the cool touch of fog on the skin, the soft give of the earth beneath bare feet, and the earthy bitterness of herbs chewed for strength. In this gentle resistance, there was a subtle humor, a quiet irony in how the Celts, with their fluid ways, outmaneuvered the rigid lines of Roman strategy, much like a stream evading a stone in its path. Yet not all encounters ended in retreat. Some faded into legend, their outcomes a mystery that invited reflection. Perhaps a band of warriors, cloaked in plaid and armed with the wisdom of their druids, turned the tide in a forgotten valley, their shields clanging in a harmonious rhythm that unsettled the invaders. Caesar himself might have hinted at such events, though his words were sparse, leaving room for the imagination to wander through the haze of history. These unrecorded battles held a poetic allure, a reminder that not all stories need be etched in stone to endure. In the end, as the mists parted and the hills settled into twilight, the echoes of Celtic resistance lingered, a soothing undercurrent to the march of time. The warriors, with their plaid cloaks now still, passed into the folds of memory, their legacy a gentle bridge to what lay ahead. And as the stars emerged, twinkling like distant fires, one could almost hear the soft transition to another tale, waiting just beyond the horizon. Word count 1,523. In the fading light of a late afternoon in 1st century Britain, the ancient hills whispered secrets to the wind, their contours softened by the gentle roll of time. Villages that once echoed with the rhythms of Celtic life now stirred under a new sky, one painted with the hues of Roman dominion. The air carried a hush, like the breath of a river, easing over smooth stones. As roundhouses, those sturdy symbols of old ways began to crumble at the edges, their thatched roofs yielding to the orderly lines of Roman tiles. It was a quiet transformation, not born of battle, but of inevitability, where the sharp scent of freshly laid clay mingled with the earthy aroma of damp soil, drawing the eye to rooftops that gleamed with unfamiliar precision. Tacitus, in his chronicles of Agricola's campaigns, noted how the Britons, once fierce in their traditions, found themselves drawn to the practical allure of Roman ways. No longer did the farmers cling solely to their woolen cloaks and intricate brooches. Instead, they donned tunics of simpler weave, fabrics that whispered against skin like the soft brush of wind through barley fields. These garments, imported or imitated, marked a subtle erosion, a fading not of cloth, but of the stories woven into it. In the villages of the South, where the landscape unfolded in gentle valleys, men and women moved through their days in attire that blended the old with the new, their movements deliberate and unhurried, as if time itself had slowed to observe the change. The roundhouses, those circular abodes that had stood as defiant circles against the wild moors, now showed signs of wear. Their walls, once plastered with mud and wattle, bore cracks that let in the cool evening breeze, carrying the distant rumble of carts on Roman roads. These carts, laden with goods from distant provinces, creaked like old bones settling into rest, their wheels tracing paths that cut through the heather. The sound was almost soothing, a low hum that blended with the rustle of leaves, reminding one of a lullaby sung to a restless child. Inside these homes, the air grew heavy with the scent of Roman imports, olive oil, and garum fish, sauce mingling with the familiar tang of smoked meats from local hunts. Yet, as families gathered around hearths that burned a little brighter with Roman-style braziers, the old tales of druidic wisdom seemed to dim, like embers cooling under a starry sky. Farmers, whose hands had long tilled the soil in rhythms passed down through generations, now adapted to new tools and methods. Tacitus observed that the Britons began to favor the straight furrows of Roman plows, which sliced through the earth with an efficiency that belied the chaotic beauty of their former patchwork fields. In the dawn light, one might see a farmer pausing, his tunic a loose, knee-length affair of linen billowing slightly in the morning mist. The fabric felt lighter against his skin than the heavy wool of old, a change that spoke of comfort over custom. No longer did he adorn himself with the elaborate torques and armlets that once signified clan loyalty. These symbols, too, were set aside, replaced by the unadorned simplicity of Roman practicality. The fields stretched out before him, bathed in the soft glow of sunrise, where the whisper of wind through crops evoked a sense of peace, even as it carried away echoes of forgotten rituals. As the seasons turned, the villages themselves transformed. Roofs that had been haphazard collections of thatch and turf now featured the neat, interlocking patterns of Roman tiles, their red clay catching the light like polished stones in a stream. The sound of hammers on tile echoed faintly through the valleys. A rhythmic tapping that blended with the calls of birds settling for the night. Inside, the homes grew warmer, the tiles sealing out the chill winds that once howled through gaps. But they also sealed away the spirits that the Celts believed dwelled in the walls. Tacitus remarked on this shift, noting how the Britons, in adopting such innovations, unwittingly distanced themselves from their ancestral ties. The air inside these dwellings carried a new fragrance, the faint, resinous scent of tile, adhesive mixed with the herbal smoke of evening fires, creating an atmosphere that was both comforting and faintly melancholic. Yet, amid this gradual blending, a mystery lingered like mist over the moors, the enigma of lost Celtic artifacts. These were not the grand treasures of legend, but the everyday relics that held the essence of a culture. Intricately carved bone combs, weathered stone idols, and faded leather satchels etched with ancient symbols. Tacitus alludes to such items in his accounts, suggesting that as Roman influence spread, these objects vanished from sight, perhaps buried in secret caches, or melted down for their materials. One might imagine a villager, in the quiet of twilight, uncovering a small hoard in the roots of an old oak, only to hesitate before the weight of change. Where had they gone? Had they been hidden by those who clung to the old ways, or simply discarded in the rush toward progress? The mystery wove through the landscape, a subtle thread in the fabric of daily life, as the distant call of a night owl underscored the uncertainty. In the soft glow of a waxing moon, the artifacts seemed to whisper from their hidden places, their absence a gentle reminder of what was slipping away. The decline was not abrupt, but a slow unfurling, like the petals of a flower yielding to autumn's chill. Farmers in their tunics worked the land under skies that remained eternally vast. But the patterns of their labor shifted. Where once they had marked the solstices with feasts and fires, now they aligned their harvests with the Roman calendar, its structured months bringing a predictability that dulled the edge of seasonal wonder. The sensory world adapted too. The crunch of gravel underfoot on newly paved paths, the cool touch of water from Roman aqueducts, and the faint, metallic tang of coins exchanged in markets. These details painted a picture of integration, where the old Celtic essence blended into the Roman tapestry, creating a hybrid that was neither wholly one nor the other. Tacitus captures this in his reflections on Agricola's policies, which encouraged such changes through example rather than force. In the villages, children played with toys of both worlds, simple wooden figures carved in Celtic style alongside Roman dice and balls. Yet the games grew quieter, less infused with the mythic stories of yore. The air at dusk carried the scent of baking bread from Roman ovens, a warm, yeasty aroma that soothed the senses, even as it overshadowed the smoky flavors of traditional stews. One could feel the weight of history in the breeze, a calming presence that invited contemplation rather than alarm. As the years progressed into the 2nd century, the transformation deepened. Roundhouses continued to crumble, their forms giving way to rectangular structures with tiled roofs that stood firm against the elements. The farmers, in their fading tunics, moved with a resigned grace, their days marked by the steady rhythm of Roman-influenced routines. Yet, in the quiet corners of the land, the mystery of the lost artifacts persisted, an enigma that added a layer of intrigue to the serene landscape. Perhaps, as Tacitus might suggest, these relics waited in the earth, biding their time until a future eye might uncover them, revealing the subtle wit of a culture that adapted without fully surrendering. And so, as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows over the hills, one could sense the gentle flow toward what lay ahead, a world where Romanization had taken root, paving the way for further evolutions in the tapestry of British life. In the quiet hush of a British dawn, where mist clung to the earth like a gentle veil, a team of archaeologists gathered in a verdant field near the ancient hills of Wales. The air carried the faint, earthy scent of damp soil, freshly turned by their careful spades, and a soft breeze whispered through the grass, carrying hints of wildflowers and distant rain. It was a place where time seemed to pause, inviting one to linger in the soft light, as if the world itself were easing into a story long forgotten. The dig had begun modestly, with volunteers kneeling in the cool morning, their hands brushing aside layers of soil that held secrets from centuries past. One archaeologist, a woman with a steady gaze and a notebook worn from years of notes, paused to feel the texture of the ground cool and yielding, like damp velvet under her fingers. As she delved deeper, her tool struck something firm, a glint catching the rising sun. There, emerging from the earth, was a torque, its bronze surface etched with intricate patterns that seemed to dance in the light. The metal held a subtle warmth, as if it remembered the hands that once shaped it, and the air around it carried a faint metallic tang, mingling with the soil's musty aroma. This rediscovery was no mere accident. It echoed the enduring legacy of the Celts, whose culture had woven itself into the fabric of modern Britain like threads in an ancient tapestry. Drawing from UNESCO reports on prehistoric sites, such as those in the Orkney Islands and the stone circles of England, the artifacts spoke of a people whose influence lingered in language, folklore, and the landscape itself. The torque, with its twisted design, was a symbol of status and protection, much like those documented in museum records from the British Museum. Yet, as the team carefully lifted it from its earthen bed, the moment carried a soothing rhythm, the soft scrape of tools against soil, providing a lullaby-like backdrop to their work. In those fields, where the grass swayed gently and the sun warmed the air to a comfortable embrace, the archaeologists uncovered more than metal. They unearthed echoes of a vibrant society. The Celts, as UNESCO World Heritage listings attest, left behind not just objects, but a cultural imprint that shaped Britain's identity. Their art, characterized by swirling motifs and symbolic forms, influenced medieval designs and even modern aesthetics. From jewelry to architecture, one could imagine the torque once adorning a chieftain, its bronze glinting under torchlight in a long-ago gathering, the air filled with the scent of wood smoke, and Heather, the team's leader, with a subtle smile at the irony of such treasures hiding in plain sight, noted how these finds connected the present to a past that felt almost dreamlike. A witty reminder that history often buries its gems where we least expect. As the day unfolded, the sensory details of the site enveloped the workers in a calming haze. The damp soil clung to their boots, its cool moisture seeping through like a gentle stream, while birdsong provided a melodic counterpoint to the rhythmic digging. Another torque emerged, this one larger and more ornate, its surface patinated with a soft green hue from centuries underground. Museum records from institutions like the National Museum of Scotland described similar pieces, linking them to Celtic tribes who roamed these lands before Roman invasions. These artifacts weren't just relics, they were storytellers, whispering of rituals and daily life in a tone that soothed rather than startled. The archaeologists handled them with reverence, their gloved fingers tracing the curves as if listening to an old tale told in the firelight. Yet amid this rediscovery, there lingered a mystery, the enigma of forgotten Celtic myths, a puzzle that added a layer of intrigue without overshadowing the calm. Unlike the well-documented sagas of other ancient cultures, many Celtic myths had faded into obscurity, fragmented in oral traditions that UNESCO efforts sought to preserve. In the quiet of the field, as the sun climbed higher and cast a golden glow over the excavations, one couldn't help but ponder the lost tales of deities and heroes. Perhaps the torques themselves held clues, their designs hinting at myths of shape, shifting spirits, or enchanted forests. As noted in historical records from Celtic revival movements, this mystery was unique, not in battles or conquests, but in the way these stories slipped through time like mist through fingers, leaving only faint impressions in folklore and art. It was a gentle enigma, one that invited reflection rather than urgency, a subtle wit in how history teases us with what it withholds. The team's findings extended beyond the torques, revealing pottery shards and carved stones that, according to museum archives, pointed to Celtic influence on early British customs. The sensory experience of handling these items was profound. The rough texture of a stone amulet, cool and solid, evoked images of ancient hands shaping it by a riverbank. The water's murmur blending with the wind, UNESCO documentation of sites like the Hill of Tara in Ireland, though across the sea, paralleled these British discoveries, emphasizing how Celtic legacy transcended borders. In Britain, this meant the persistence of festivals and traditions, where modern celebrations echoed ancient solstices, the air filled with the same sense of bonfires and fresh earth as afternoon light softened the scene. The archaeologists paused for a moment of quiet appreciation. The damp soil, now turned and exposed, released a fresh, loamy scent that mingled with the metallic gleam of their finds. One volunteer, with a wry chuckle at the serendipity of it all, remarked on how these artifacts seemed to choose their moment of revelation, as if the myths themselves decided when to resurface. This subtle humor underscored the narrative, reminding listeners that history unfolds with a patient grace. Much like a story whispered at bedtime, the legacy revealed itself in layers, each discovery building upon the last. From the torque's intricate designs, inspired by natural forms as per historical records, to the way Celtic art influenced medieval manuscripts, the connections were palpable. Sensory details abounded, the weight of an artifact in hand, the faint scratch of engravings under a fingertip, the way sunlight played on bronze to create shifting patterns, like shadows in a dream. UNESCO reports highlighted how these elements contributed to Britain's cultural heritage, fostering a sense of continuity that felt almost lullaby-like in its reassurance. In the fading light, as the team carefully packed their finds for transport, the mystery of those forgotten myths deepened. What tales had been lost to time, preserved only in the curves of a torque or the etchings on a stone? It was a question that hung in the air, soft and inviting, encouraging one to drift into contemplation. Drawing from museum records, such as those of the Ashmolean Museum, the myths might have involved figures like the goddess Brigid, whose attributes lingered in spring festivals, the air alive with the scent of blooming flowers, and the distant call of birds as evening approached. With the field settling into twilight's embrace, the archaeologists reflected on the day's work. The damp soil, now still, held the memory of their efforts, and the glinting bronze of the torques promised more stories to unfold. This legacy, rich and enduring, reminded all who witnessed it that the Celt spirit lived on, not in grand declarations, but in the quiet details of the land. And so, as the stars began to emerge, casting a gentle glow over the horizon, one might wonder what other secrets wait in the shadows, ready to be gently coaxed into the light, transitioning perhaps to tales of future explorations.